South compulsory purchase order 2023, the inquiry into that order. So I think, Mr. McMurray, you were going to, you have a further witness to lead.
Yes, I have Mr. Bathgate. So I'm just conscious that Mr. Davison doesn't appear to be on the meeting with time.
No, he doesn't, does he?
I wasn't sure if he wasn't showing up on my screen.
No, he isn't, is he? Huh. Well, I guess we'll have to wait. Oh, here he is. David will admit him. Morning, Mr. Davison. Sorry for
panicking.
Thought you weren't here for a moment, right?
I was panicking more, I can assure you.
Okay, grand. Are we ready to start then?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Do you want to proceed?
Thank you, sir. And good morning, Mr. Bathgate.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Mr. Davison, Mr. Taylor, coming over. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bathgate. If I could just ask you to read your summary precognition, which I hope you have in front of you. There may be a few other questions I may ask you as we go through and at the end. But if you could start just by reading your summary precognition, that would be great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Page 1, Introduction, Qualifications and Experience. I, Colin Clark Bathgate, have been a Chartered Engineer and member of the Institution of Civil Engineers since 1995. In addition, I hold a Bachelor of Engineering and Transportation Engineering from Napier Polytechnic, now known as Napier University. I have 35 years professional experience and I'm a Technical Director with AMI, working with them since 2015. Involvement with the project. AMI was commissioned in October 2019 by Rivershire Council, and my role was Roads Design Lead to undertake an assessment and selection of a preferred route for the Advanced Manufacturing and Innovation District Scotland, acronym AMIDS, South project, formerly referred to as the Glasgow Airport Investment Area South. Thereafter, specimen and detailed design, tender procurement and construction supervision. Scope of evidence. My evidence covers 1, the works to be carried out and their impact on the objectors, including A, options development, appraisal, assessment and selection of a preferred route. B, detailed design of a preferred option. C, section of the route affecting Taylor and Fraser land. And D, alternative parking areas for Taylor and Fraser. 2, accommodation measures for the construction period. 2, route assessment and selection of preferred route methodology. Identification of route options, appraisal and assessment methodology used to select a preferred route for AMID South followed the broad principles and best practice of industry standards and guidance documents. A bespoke objective-based assessment was developed to reflect the problems, opportunities, issues and constraints specific to the area and aligned with overarching AMID's project objectives. The preferred route for the east to west connects west from Renfrew Road and Gala Hill through the former Shivers car park, connecting into Lay Park Industrial Estate, also referred to by the Council as the Abercorn Transition Area, where Taylor and Fraser are located, and continues west to the north-south route and New Fleet Park crossing. The selection of this route followed a robust assessment and appraisal process that considered alternative route options and was selected as the best performing route for environmental, economic and traffic considerations. For the east to west, a key determinant factor was the opportunity to utilise the vacant former Shivers car park corridor, which in turn was the only option which could provide an all-movement signalised junction on Renfrew Road and perform the best for traffic objectives in attracting and redistributing traffic, e.g. opening up Lay Park industrial traffic to access north to Renfrew Road or in Shinnon Road, avoiding the town centre gyratory system and residential area of Love Street. The central junction location optimised the journey distances and accessibility for active travel users, particularly from Gala Hill, the objective of the scheme. 3. Taylor and Fraser liaison. I've been directly involved in 2 meetings. Number 1, a Teams call on 12th of January 2022 to present the emerging route design, to provide them an understanding of the design and to inform them of the upcoming consultation and planning process. 2, in person at their offices and compound on the 23rd of May 2023 to discuss the upcoming CPO and the land take extents. Discussion on concerns on how the road will impact on their compound, parking areas, and the logistics of how the construction will be managed for access. I confirm the contractor will be required to appoint a business liaison contact for all engagement during the construction. In addition, the contractor will be required to maintain business access 24 hours, 7 days a week, and any change to access or works affecting the business to be agreed in advance. He's involved in follow-up requests to support ongoing negotiations. 1. Preparation of plans showing options for additional land swap areas, particularly the use of Harbour Road and the 4. 2. Confirmation of accommodation work for a 3-metre high palisade fencing, gates and rotating spikes with the existing CCTV extended. Said Davison email 27th February 2024. And number 3, confirmation of potential construction temporary access arrangements to Abercorn Street, January 24. 4. Detailed design of preferred route, programme standards and constraints. The detailed design commenced in Q3 of 2022. Road alignments and active travel links have been designed in accordance with the Society for Chief Officers of Transport in Scotland, Scots. The design requirements of Renfrewshire Council roads are all good practice guide and cycling by design. Constraints and design requirements to be considered which would influence the final alignment through Taylor and Fraser compound were: 1. To minimise land take on operational section of compound. 2. Maintain existing access location directly onto the new east to west public road. 3. Final white cart water bridge position to meet SEPA flood requirements. 4. Cropping of the 2.1 metre culvert sewer applicable to Scottish water infrastructure Harbour Road. 5. Surface water drainage to meet SEPA requirements. And 6. Tie-in levels and geometry for new Abercorn Street junction. Harbour Road 2.1 sewer crossing. Scottish water critical infrastructure connecting to the Paisley wastewater treatment works and serving Paisley and the surrounding area. East to west alignment would be crossing Harbour Road 2.5 metres higher than existing road level to make the connection to the new bridge, resulting in an increased unacceptable loading on the sewer. To mitigate, the design requires a complex and costly, in brackets up to 1 million, engineering solution to bridge the sewer, despite an easier and more practical routing through the south compound, which should negate any loading on the sewer. This option was instructed by the council to specifically reduce the impact on the Taylor and Fraser compound.
So, Mr. Matthew, just pause there for a second. I think this came up during Mr. Suarez's evidence yesterday around the difference between the routes options appraisal and what ultimately resulted in the final design. I don't know if you could perhaps explain a little bit more around how you've gone from the route options appraisal to the final design.
Yes, I think what I'd make reference to is the CD somewhere, excuse me for a second, is the figure 1 of the route options, which is 11 RC11F.
Let's see, figure CD11F, I think.
Yes, sorry. It's figure, which is in the executive summary, there's a figure 1 which is proposed alignments.
Yeah, see that on page 6.
There's a number of parts to CD11. Which one are we looking at? There's like is it the main one? The main one.
It'll probably be the main document. So
right, okay.
Yeah, it's it's Appendix I, options appraisal report.
Yeah,
that's titled.
It would be the figure on page 6 at the beginning of that report.
Perfect.
Yeah. Everybody able to access?
Yep.
So that as you can see, that this image shows the west mapping of the Paisley area, and particularly the new route. And you can see overlaid on that, there's a proposed alignment reference GW2 and EW2. GW2 is just a reference that was used at the time of the appraisal, and is north to south link, which is referred through my evidence, running up Abercorn Street, Harbour Road, and then running close through the former Maisie Park site, new bridge structure, and then continuing and bending round onto Inishinnan Road. And the east to west route, which is referenced as EW2, a route that starts from Renfrew Road on the right-hand side, running east to west, crisscrossing, and you can see where it crisscrosses Abercorn Street on the final connection, which is the numbers are changes, so it's just over change 300 to 500 is the section that would run through Taylor and Fraser land. This was the route that was selected and the level of sort of outline design. And at that stage, you can see there that we were going through the compound, but the route that was shown initially at that stage was further more into the middle of the compound. We then took this forward to specimen design, which I would then refer to the right. If you want to look at CD13, which is a full route, which is 3.
No, I've got that open somewhere.
Up here with the documents. Again, that you can see it's a similar OS mapping, but the route there is being developed further. This was the specimen design that was taken forward to the plan application, and shows the general arrangement and widths, etc. And it appreciates the difference in scale, but you can see that the route evolved, moved from more a central position to closer to the northern boundary. If you also look at CD07, which
17, is that?
sorry. Many numbers. Yeah, sorry, CD's 017. That should have 3 images insert at the top, which is a plan that shows the section of route for the east to west and the tie into the bridge, and then 2 visuals of the east to west route.
Let's back in. I think you want to. Is there anything else you want to say on that?
No,
otherwise, please.
Sorry. I thought people were still waiting to find it. Sorry, I apologise. Yeah. So basically, between the 2 plans, 13 and 17. 17 is just a clearer scale, and you can see the emerging alignment. It was a specimen design, and this is the design that was first tabled with Taylor and Fraser in January 2022, and then subsequently taken forward to plan application.
And right, you said in your summary recognition that this change was specifically instructed by the council.
Yeah, as we evolved from this, the discussions, particularly at that time, it was Norman Yardley who'd been continuing most of the business negotiations at that point. At this point, no final routes had been sort of released, but what he did is he came back with guidance on, particularly in Taylor and Fraser, was the compound or areas of the compound, and what he was keen was for us to locate close to the northern boundary and reduce the impact on the usable areas of compound, which tend to be more in the middle and to the south. And the route that we have through Lay Park, as it's labelled in CD17, what that does is that targeted areas of kind of scrub verge to the north, the empty bird land, replaces the existing east to west access road that goes down to Harbour Road. And what the design does is maintain connection. It replaces the internal east to west with the new public road, provides direct access onto that. And the key critical thing in the design, which is in my recognition, is as it comes onto Harbour Road, it crosses, because of the position of the bridge, it crosses the Harbour Road higher than existing road level. And that led on to design development at detailed design stage, which I can go into later in my recognition, about the impact of the sewer and the acceptability of that Scottish water.
Thank you so much. Okay, if you I should just continue with your summary recognition at this point.
Yep. Detailed design of the east to west alignment. The route sought to minimise the impact on the operational east and west compound areas by utilising existing areas in the wider compound which are not used for storage. The standard road cross-section is 17.3 metres wide plus width for earthwork, verges and additional traffic lanes at Abercorn Street Junction. The new east to west route replaces the compound existing access road stroke ramp onto Harbour Road with direct access for Taylor and Fraser from a new junction with the internal access road which connects across the compound and then into the office workshop part. The new junction onto East to West Road will provide access in both directions, west to the new White Cart Water Bridge and east to the new signal junction at Renfrew Road. CPO extents and compound impact. The total area of the Taylor and Fraser compound equates to 8,011 square metres, in all boundary fences and buildings. It measures approximately 130 metres wide east to west and 61 to 62 metres length north to south. The total CPO area of acquisition equates to 4,824 square metres. That includes land outside the fenced compound area, and discounting these two areas, the total CPO within the compound totals 3,886 square metres. The compound can be split into 4 separate land uses, and discounting the 2 areas not used for storage leaves an overall combined existing area for the west and east compounds of 6,468 square metres. The usable compound area required for CPO is 2,274 square metres, 35% of the total existing area. West compound. The impact of the proposed route on the usable west compound area. The current informal storage setup can provide up to 4 rows of cabin storage. 3 rows can be maintained under the Amid South scheme, with the 4th row part or fully achievable depending on how much land can be returned from the construction buffer in the CPO post-construction. Alternatively, the storage layout can be reconfigured to achieve 4 rows within the remaining area based on the full CPO requirements. East compound. Based on the current storage setup in the east compound, the opportunity to locate cabins parallel to the east fence, Abercorn Street, will be lost and material and or cabin storage would be reduced. Alternatively, relocating the current parking area and utilising this freed up space as storage would provide additional storage to the north of the remaining compound. This would return the east compound to the current observed level of use and access. Harbour Road parking. Alternative parking option to relocate the parking from the east compound by using the north area of Harbour Road to be closed off to public access. This area can be securely fenced off and will provide parking for a minimum of 24 cars and light van vehicles, although additional parking may be feasible depending on the type and level of use required and the configuration of the parking layout. Access during construction. Access to the Taylor and Fraser compound during construction. The contractor will be contractually required to always maintain access. Any proposed change or work which may affect existing access must be coordinated and agreed in advance with the business by the contractor appointed liaison. An alternative temporary access from Abercorn Street is feasible to maintain access and egress for the site for HGVs if the contractor requires to close the existing access route to the north of the compound. Phasing of works in the vicinity and overall work programme will determine the approach the contractor will take and whether existing access can be maintained through the works.
Just at that point, I think there was the objector submitted a drawing which was for the purpose of a site visit, which I think was TFT-28.
Yes.
Looked at, I think, the access that you're talking about. Is what comments on that.
Sorry, To under the last part of the question.
Sorry, Mr. Mackey, I was just asking if you had any comments on a drawing that was submitted.
Yeah, obviously the drawing was submitted 2 days before the site visit, and also it was on display in the cabin, and we were able to chat through with the tailor, and it was Mr. McKinnon, who was the providing more clarification. So when I've looked at this plan, this shows basically large articulated vehicles turning in from Abercorn Street, either from the north or from the south, at the location that we'd indicated we'd provided. I think it was on RC 001. We'd shown an indicative location. Our swept path showed that these vehicles could turn from Abercorn Street and come straight into the site and come through the north compound. The difference between this drawing and my understanding is at any point when temporary access or access for large vehicles was discussed at various liaison, and including on the 15th, was that the large vehicles only required to go into what I call the north compound. And what this drawing does show is the first part of the swept path coming in, but there's an additional swept path for them to then manoeuvre and gain access into the office workshop yard to the south, which my understanding was that, and based on the explanation given for the assembly, was that the HGVs only accessed the north compound. So I don't disagree with the swept path that's shown for the temporary access coming in, but I think that the swept path that then shows a double manoeuvre to then gain access into the office workshop compound illustrates a greater impact than actually what has been advised and for us to check previously.
Ms. Mackey, can we just continue with your summary recognition? Yeah. You were just on section 5, conclusions. Sorry, that's fine.
Well, just moving on. Yeah, I'd finished. Sorry. Yeah, just my position. Conclusions. Preferred route for the east to west route followed a robust assessment and appraisal process to current best industry standards and guidance. The route provides an all-movement traffic signal junction at Renfrew Road, which also optimised accessibility of the route to travel users. The detailed design sought to minimise the impact on the operational area of the current east and west compounds by utilising existing areas of the compound not used for storage. The proposed design requires a complex, in brackets up to £1 million solution across Harbour Road, made so an option instructed by the council to reduce the impact on the Taylor and Fraser compound. The new east to west route replaces a compound existing access road onto Harbour Road with direct access for Taylor and Fraser from a new junction from the remaining internal access road. The CPO extents will impact on the current informal storage at the north of the compound. This could be returned to current levels of use subject to the amount of land which can be returned from the construction buffer allowed in the CPO. Alternatively, the storage layout can be reconfigured to achieve current levels of use observed. For the E-compound, while existing storage adjoining the car park will be unaffected, storage to the Abercorn Street side will be lost and to the north reduced. Alternatively, relocating the current parking area and utilising this freed up space for storage would return the east compound to the current observed level of use and access. Alternative option to relocate the parking from the east compound, utilising the north area of Harbour Road to be closed off to public access. Purely fenced off area to provide parking for a minimum of 24 cars and light vans. Access to Taylor and Fraser compound during construction, contractor will be required to always maintain existing access. An alternative temporary access from Abercorn Street is feasible. Any change in access will be decided by the contractor in consultation with Taylor and Fraser. Which my summary.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. And I think since you produced your summary recognition and recognition, there has been some further discussion of additional land. I believe that was an email from yourself on Friday just past. which I think has been lodged as RC11 with a drawing and a summary table as well. I wonder if it would be helpful if you could sort of summarise what the sort of proposal is in that email.
Okay. This further review and proposal came about directly from the site visit with the reporter on the 15th of August. And the key measure there was the explanation about the use, particularly of the East compound, as an assembly area, and where HGVs in particular require access to offload manufactured materials, etc. That, based on previous discussions, that this was the first time that had been clarified to myself. Everything else, it didn't really change. It doesn't change my evidence that I have led. But I think the key thing here is our evidence looks at the west compound, although reduced, can be managed to provide like-for-like storage. The east compound, in a permanent situation, with the relocation of the parking to a suitable alternative area. The explanation that's given on the assembly would indicate that relocation of parking would be beneficial to Taylor and Fraser during construction. And as illustrated by the temporary access, the vehicle can turn in, and if you remove the parking, that area can then be turned over to either partial assembly access or additional storage. So the plan shows, just for reference in the supporting table, gives an indication of the area that's left between compound referred to as TF West and TF East. This could be approximate dimensions. As you can see from the pink shading on the CPO, that it's not all uniform, and it gives some sort of comments on observations of it, and then it splits into three areas. CP1 and CP2 are new alternative areas that can be considered either as temporary or permanent, and HR1. Somebody say something there, sorry. Okay, sorry. HR1 is the original construction on Harbour Road. So in terms of CP1, which is I think it's a chicken process plant, that site is actually having to be relocated because our roads impact basically 2/3 of the site, the building as well. And so the whole site is being CPO'd under the scheme. Bottom half of the site, which is then dashed off as CP1, is land that in the project will be turned over to landscaping. It's not needed for the physical boundary of the road, but during construction, it would be a freed up area that could be turned over into temporary parking. The width's approximately 29 metres by a length of 18. A new gated access and access point onto Abercorn Street could be provided, and depending on the configuration, you would get between 18 and up to a maximum of 20 standard car parking spaces. This would be directly opposite Taylor and Fraser offices, and we'd be looking to offset parking that is in the southern half of TF East to allow that area to then be used for storage. The only issue with CP1 is it's directly affected by phasing of the works, and when the contractor would come to do the works at Abercorn Street Junction, the ability to access that area for vehicles would be lost. So will it be?
Sorry, can I see with the back? I think there was just your sound drop.
Right.
A little bit. That's just for everyone to be able to hear.
Yeah, I've been getting some feedback. I don't know if it's it's an echo coming from somewhere, but can everybody still hear me okay?
Yeah, that's clear.
Yeah, sorry about that. So basically, CP1 is a temporary situation directly opposite. It would only be available for part of the construction period, obviously that would be subject to the contractor's timetable. So, however, it would be available in a temporary situation for car parking, and then as and when a contractor needed access to form the junction and that would be removed, there would then need to be an alternative provision provided, whether that be Harbour Road or potentially CP2. CP2 is a bit of land immediately north. It was part of the former Chivas site, and it is currently open, although there is underground, I think, that was used for water tanks, and that is directly north of where the junction is, opposite MT Burke. That, at the moment, the area that can be provided is about a 30-metre length, and a width. The fence line slightly varies, but it's around about 27 metres, around about 26.5 metres. It's currently a vacant site, although it would need to be for vehicle access. That is available in terms of fully through the contract construction period. It could be used for or made available for car parking, or potentially material and or cabin storage, depending on the size and configuration that would be required. But in terms of car parking, that can be laid out to provide between 26 and 28 car parking spaces for cars and light vans, and access is 100 metres, approximately 100 metres from that site to the front door of Taylor and Fraser offices. That site, although immediately north, is not affected by the junction proposal at Abercorn Street. So that site would also be available post-construction as a permanent site and can be used for parking or storage. And then the final proposal was HR1, which is obviously Harbour Road, and that's a proposal that has had more discussions directly with Taylor and Fraser, and is basically the redundant section of Harbour Road, which is then closed off to through traffic because of the east to west road crossing at a higher level. And that would allow that area to potentially be fenced off, gated off, and become an extension of Taylor and Fraser's land. And as stated before, that could potentially provide up to 24 spaces, potentially more depending on the actual configuration. There is a change in level between Harbour Road and obviously the compound, and therefore there has to be work to provide stepped access and access up into the compound, a secure route through into the offices. But as I say, this came about on the basis of the plan showing the swept path available, the discussions that then took place on the reporters on the 15th of August, and the detailed explanation about the assembly, HGV access and how they operate.
And so I'm clear on that. The CP1 is a temporary opportunity during the construction period, whereas HR1 and CP2 are both permanent, potentially permanent options available.
Yeah, and CP2 is both can be available during construction and can be made permanent. It's flexible in terms of if that is an option that can be available to Taylor and Fraser. I appreciate we, given the time from the 15th, to consider this and do a little bit more work. I appreciate we emailed that out to Mr. Davison and Mr. Taylor on Friday. Mr. Davison acknowledged receipt of that and understandably said that because of the timescale for the inquiry, they may not be able to sort of consider it fully. But we felt that given the additional information that we got on the 15th, it was worth looking to do this and continue negotiations at the same time as continuing with the inquiry.
Thank you. So Matthew, and if I could just final point I had for you, came up yesterday with the lodging of document TFB 30, which was a list I think provided to you and Mr. Suarez by Mr. McGill on Taylor and Fraser. I believe you were at the meeting where this list was tabled. Do you have any comment on what was done with this list?
As was stated in Mr. Suarez's evidence, we met with Taylor and Fraser, it was Mr. Taylor and Willie McGill on both. Anyway, in the meeting in May, this was part of a whole exercise of meeting businesses. I think between Victor and I, we met close to 20 of the businesses in the area that all had different impacts, and to explain the CPO. At that meeting, the first part of the meeting is held directly in Taylor and Fraser's offices, when Mr. McGill produced this list, and we talked through the list. We gave explanations. Some of the information we were already aware of through our own work and previous information that had been provided by Norman Yardley. The second part of the meeting, we went out onto the compound and we talked through a number of the issues. I think the two key things that came out from me was the very first one about the access from Harbour Road, where it says Harbour Road will no longer exist. This was in the comment that although we were providing access onto the east to west, there was a preference stated by Taylor and Fraser that they wished to retain their access onto Harbour Road. I think if you look at CD 13 and you look at the wider plan, you can see where you refer to CD 13. Yeah, I mean, you can basically see anything that's shaded sort of grey, pink, violet, whatever colour you wish to do. That is either new or upgraded sections of road. And if you can see when the road goes north to south, starting from Paisley Town Centre, we upgrade Abercorn Street, we upgrade significantly the first section of Harbour Road that runs beside the river. And then you can see where Harbour Road, as it leads up to where currently Taylor and Fraser take access, it's blank. That was avoided because of various constraints, particularly the sewer. And what we were able to explain, or there was maybe a slight misunderstanding, is the ability for Taylor and Fraser to then go down to Harbour Road, or the alternative, this new north to south, which replaces it. They'd be able to access the new road, and they would still, if they so desired, they could still go onto the new road through Mizey Park and then rejoin the upgraded Harbour Road and down. There was a comment made at the meeting that they get their access directly onto Harbour Road. And I think once it was explained, obviously, as you can see there, that if you came onto Harbour Road, there's a new stub end junction at the southern end. It'd be easier and quicker, and also to provide a new parallel road with a change in level, you would lose more of the compound. So that area, that discussion never went anywhere. So that was the clarification from the access from Harbour Road. There's obviously confirmation in that about the design of that particular access point, and what we advised is that the design, which is shown both on CD 13 and CD 17, all the junctions are similar exercise of swept path and designed for the large vehicles, and that vehicles will be able to turn and manoeuvre with egress to the site. And what we also discussed was we've shown the access taken directly. So currently at the moment, Taylor and Fraser's access comes in at the top end of Harbour Road. There's a east to west road ramp that rises up to take out the sort of 2.5 metre difference in level, and then there's a 90-degree corner, and then there's a north to south internal access road. We maintain that internal access road and tie it into our new road. We did have discussions at the time to say we've shown like for like, but if it so desired, we could consider a reposition of that junction, particularly to the west, if that worked better. And it was in Mr. Willie McGill in particular who said he was trying to work his way through and understand the logistics of how the compound worked, etc. And then the second thing, which based on the design that we were looking at to take forward the CPO, was the impact on the east compound, in particular, is the impact on parking lot, which is number 4, and this one was just site accommodation, and the view was that there would be not enough room for storage of the containers and cabins after the project. And in relation to the staff parking, there was acknowledgement in the information there that they will lose the ability to let staff visit park in the compound, and therefore that part of the yard would then be turned over to cabin storage. And then in terms of closing that out, Willie McGill basically he gave us a paper copy and see all the points were discussed, and then he emailed us, and I think in the notes that are there, our follow-up to that, we considered that in terms of where our design sat and also going forward in terms of the CPO, and there was an indication that we would provide comments. Followed after that was the timescale when we met in May for all the businesses. Say we spoke to close on 20 businesses, all who were being occupied through the CPO process. The intention was to launch the CPO in July of that year. It took an extra couple of months because it's a very complicated order that we were doing, because we had upwards of 104 titles, some of which were very historical, signed ones that went back to 1910. Between the Council of the States team, particularly Margaret Law, and the legal team, there was a lot of doing and throwing with the government, the keepers of Scotland. They're very particular on checking and scrutinising to make sure that there's no gaps or overlaps between titles. So it took a couple of months longer. The intention was that we'd spoken to all the businesses, they'd given us an indication of areas of concern that we could look at and alleviate with them. We'd launch the CPO in July, and then we'd go again with our consultations, which was outlined as far as his evidence from yesterday. But the CPO eventually was launched in September, so it was a couple of months later than anticipated. So that's why there was a bit of a gap from when we met Taylor and Fraser and all the other businesses to when we, Suarez in particular, take up and go back to businesses to discuss them.
Yeah, I don't have any further questions for you. I'm sure Mr. Davison will have some questions for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Davidson, yeah.
During the questioning there, you said that HGVs only access the North Yard. Could you explain what you mean by the North Yard?
Yeah, basically, trying to think of the best plan to show.
So if I can help you, my understanding is an East Yard, a West Yard, and then the internal parking. So
yeah, it's a good point, Mr. Davison. What I try to do in my precognition is, for clarity, the open yard to the north, which is bordered between the office and the workshop, boundary north to Empty Buck, is where the CPO and part of the road goes through. I've referred to that in my compound as a compound, just so that there's a distinguish because of then is the office workshop yard, which is the area that is then to the south of Zealand Fraser's Land.
So, so would HGVs not also access that southern area?
That was not that was not the indication that we were given at any of the consultations. Is it Mr. McKinnon? Sorry.
Mr. Just during the site visit, he explained vehicles, large wagons backing in from that point.
He said that those, for health and safety, those vehicles can't go into that yard turn. And for the assembly was held out at the north compound.
All I'm trying to do is to find out. So, when you said that HGVs only access the north yard, do you accept they also, based on what Mr. McKinnon said to you, access the southern area, internal parking area at the moment for loading and offloading?
If he stated that, Davis, he made it clear that the assembly is in the compound, the north compound.
That's agreed.
In the eastern area. The HGVs do not come in to that area because he made it clear that for health and safety, because there's members of staff moving between the offices or staff car parking there. If you're suggesting that there's a health and safety issue about them turning, but they can drive in and then reverse out, I see that equally. And all I would add is the meeting that we had in May 23 and the follow-up discussions that Mr. Suarez had with Willie McGill and requested a temporary access when we were asked to provide the swept path. If you look at RC001, which is our access position, you will see that the swept path of the vehicle, which is an HGV, comes in from Abercorn Street and goes straight into the compound. We were not asked to track that vehicle then going into the office stroke workshop yard. So if what you're telling me is different to the information I've been provided with today.
My point about this is that the benefit of the site inspection that we had, I think we all learned a lot from that inspection.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and Mr. Suarez, graciously, accepted that as well. So, so I'll give you a general question: is it, on hindsight, regrettable, whatever word you want to use, that wasn't done before the 25th of May? 23.
Sorry.
We learned a lot of things in August when we saw the site. So if we had known that in May 23, would your advice have been different?
The only change in the advice or evidence that I'm leading in terms of the impact on the compound is recognition now and understanding of the assembly, and that put into focus that the parking that currently exists in the east part of the compound is beneficial to be relocated to free up space for storage and or assembly. If that is temporary access, it is required.
If I can go on to the assembly area, so the business has these trucks with cranes that can have a 2-ton capacity, but they hire double base wagons with a 20-ton capacity. So an item like a plant room could be taken in of 16 tons, which is then assembled and worked on that area, the East Yard.
Yes.
So where does the assembly area go to now?
Are you talking about in the temporary situation or
No, frankly, I'm talking both.
So just to be clear, is this question about what happens if there is a need for, and if temporary access is opened up onto Abercorn Street rather than maintaining the current access during construction from Harbour Road? Is that situation you're talking about?
No, it's actually the permanent effect that the business now has a large eastern yard, a discrete large working area where it can work in safely, where these large HGVs, 16.5 meters with large cranes coming on, where can these operate now if Plot 37 is lost?
Okay. Can I make reference to my full recognition, paragraph 4.6, which is East Operational Compound?
Give me a moment to get hold of that.
Sorry.
Yes.
So that's subsection 4.6 East Operational Compound and paragraphs 4.6.1 to 4.6.4. And can I also, for ease of reference, can I refer you to TBF-024, which is the photographs?
Yep, I have that.
Yeah, there's various photographs that have been provided of the use, but I think for ease of reference and what's in my recognition is if you look at the first photograph, which is entitled Bing Maps 2024.
Again, just give me a moment to get hold of that. Right, I'm with you. And you said, look at the first photograph?
Yeah.
2024, yeah.
So basically, as you can see there, the west area of the compound is generally in 4 rows, running east to west, and then there's the internal access road that runs north to south. There's a kind of skew angled as it comes into the office workshop area, and then the east compound, working from the south yard. The first part of that, you can see there's a line of sort of curves to delineate. It's a staff visitor parking area, and there's a number of vehicles parked perpendicular. Then directly adjoining that, there is a line of combination of sort of standard cabins, which are up to maybe 7 meters in length, various other smaller units, and then along the eastern side of Abercorn Street, there is a cluster of 5 cabins, 4 of varying size, perpendicular. Although, as you can see in other photographs and evidence, sometimes there's nothing located there, or sometimes they're located parallel to Abercorn Street, and then immediately at the north, there seems to be, I think it's actually one of the material units that's got a red, whether it's a red skip or a red thing that runs, basically sits to the northern boundary, and then immediately behind that there's an area of kind of scrub raised ground. So that is the east compound, and my understanding was, based on what was just explained at the meeting on the 15th August, is generally the configuration of storage is what is shown there in a U shape that runs along the southern edge of the eastern boundary into the north. and then the central area between the red, I'll call it the red cabin, it might be a pallet material, and the southern boundary of the perpendicular cabins is the open area used by assembly. Is it? Yeah, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out where we think that assembly area can
That,
safely
well,
be relocated to.
well, that's what I'm trying to explain. Just
Sorry,
clarify.
sorry.
It wasn't. All I was trying to do was just clarify that we're not across purpose.
No, that's fine.
So the difference between what is shown in this image and what was witnessed on 15 was within that open area. So the open area is the gap site between the red at the north and the sort of white grey cabins to the south. There was two pallet units that were either had been deposited by HGVs and then lifted, or were in the process of them being taken into the workshop, whatever. So that was the area, my understanding is. So when you look at that area, which is outlined in, oh my God, just give me 1 second. So if you take, again, if you make the reference to the red unit at the north and take the north end of that where it backs onto the scrub spoil heap, the distance from that point down to the start of the curved area or the boundary to the car parking area measures 35 metres total. When you then take the distance or what's available between red, the clear space between the red and the cabin immediately to the south of that, it's approximately 20 metres in width. And that's the area that is currently used for HCVs to go in and assemble, offload, reload. In terms of our CPO boundary, which is shown in planning.
And I suppose it's in your, well, it's in a number of documents, yeah.
Yeah, I think if I think it's the it's probably easier just to look back at the CD, sorry, RC11, which was the alternative parking areas.
Yeah.
And if you look at there, that probably gives a better indication. So if you look at TF East on that one, the area that's dashed clear is what remains of the compound. And the area that is in pink is the land to be acquired. And as you can see, it's not uniform across the board. So if you then look at the various points across that area, obviously there's a radius on the right hand side as you come off Abercorn Street which takes the junction, and then there's obviously a radius on the left hand side that ties into that's why the CPO comes in. But the main part of it is that section east to west. That's about 39 meters wide.
So apologies for my interruption. What document are you looking at for this plan?
RC11.
Sorry, thanks.
RC11. It was the one, so Davison, it was like 5 months ago, just the...
Yep, I'm sorry, I'd logged in and out of it, so yeah.
It shows the CPO area. It's on a number of documents, but it's probably easier for reference. So if you look at the CF East, which is, I'm going to describe the shape of it, because as you can see, it's not uniform, it's not square. There's obviously the skewed angle of the approach access road. The key thing is the northern boundary, which if you look between CPO-24, that northern boundary where currently has got the spoil heap, the verge, now moves south And you can see the dashed line that roughly runs east to west. And that's the extent of the CPO boundary. So in terms of, if you refer to paragraphs 4.6.2 of my recognition, it is acknowledged that the CPO will remove all the scrub ground to the north, but will also take some of the level compound, the usable compound that we've clarified. And if you take the right-hand side of where it straightens up, so basically you can see it kinks in with a junction as a radius, and then when it turns to almost the lengthiest straight point, that, as I say, that's 39 meters. The width that the CPO extends from the boundary to the north down is 27 meters, and that's in 0.2 of 4.6, which then leaves 34 meters from that CPO boundary down to the boundary fence wall of the office yard where you've flown. You then continue west.
Just to clarify, that 0.2 or 4.6 of your recognition, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right, and that's we're dealing with the east yard,
Yes.
right? And that is post works.
Yes. It's the CPO boundary.
Yeah, no, it's just obviously I will be always repeating the questions, and I'm trying to not to delay matters, but obviously that's going to be taken out for the length of the contract, which could be 3 years or whatever.
What's going to be taken out?
Well, if the east yard retained area per that plan is it can't be used for anything other than access, then it can't be used for assembly or storage.
Are you going to put that as a question to Mr.?
I know I will be. That sorry,
Right.
I'm just.
Okay.
This first question I'm going is on the permanent one, but I will be flipping that and saying, well, what's I will I'll ask it again for the temporary one. So sorry to interrupt, but go ahead on the permanent one.
Yeah. I think it's quite difficult to explain and a little bit confusing on this. So I think what I will do is I'll just read out paragraph 4.62 on my full recognition. So that explains it, and then hopefully that clarifies it. So 4.62, total area of 1,433 square meters is required under the CPO. And that is the area of usable compound. So that is anything that is in TBF 024 that is grayed off, where you've got the red cabin or red materials, the cabins on the right hand side, the cabins to the south, parking. So that's that whole shape. So that's what we require under the CPO. There'll be no reduction in cabin storage perpendicular to the car park. So the if you then refer both to 11, TBF 24, the first Bing map image, we can, if you retain the status quo, you retain the parking and you retain the storage perpendicular as shown. The cabin storage to the east fence will be lost because we cut in because of the junction, and to the north because the boundary comes down further from the south, so it moves the boundary down. Can you please let me finish this? It might help, sorry. If you can just complete this, and then you can ask questions, because my thought here. And again, using the first Bing map, TBF4 for context, measuring from the building line of MP Burke to the north, and as I say, the Bing map to that. So number one, at the Abercorn Street side, the end of the radius of the Abercorn Street junction, CPO extends approximately 28 metres, partly straddling the second white cabin of the four. So if you look in the Bing map, and you see the cluster of 4 cabins to the top right-hand side of the compound. So basically, the boundary of that, where that radius finishes, is 28 metres from MP Burke boundary. And it goes through the kind of second white-grey cabin. So there's a greyish cabin. This is from South Bean up. So there's a greyish cabin, and then the second cabin up from that is like a slightly smaller cabin. It's a white-grey. Then there's a darker cabin, and then there's a white that is bookended by a grey one. So it's that second smaller white cabin, roughly. I'm just trying to put context on where it sits in terms of where it cuts through. So that is the area that would be lost in relation to the Bing maps and the parking that's there. The remaining area from where that CPO point stops down to the boundary fence or the boundary of the offices is 53 metres. Point 2, the western end of the compound, the radius starts for the access junction, and that's the bit for the straight. The CPO at this point, before that radius starts, extends 27 metres, which gives us, so roughly the 2 open areas to the west of the red, we're roughly about 27 metres down from there, which would then leave you 34 metres clear down to the workshop office yard, although part of the compound is obviously taken up by this view of the access road. Number 3, if you exclude the parking area from the compound and just purely look at storage, there would be approximately 12 metres clear length available between the new CPO boundary and the current cabin locations to the south of the car park. So where we've gone from 20 metres between red and the cabins to the south, we'd be left with 12 metres clear length between the CPO boundary. As I say, currently there's 20 metres clear between the north cabins located. Therefore, although that reduction in 12 metres would be sufficient for an HGV to access and some limited storage, it obviously is a reduction on how the area is currently used and was explained on the 15th. Therefore, so where this comes into, and this is where it comes into the chimney as well, is if you remove the parking covers an area of around about 14 metres. It's not uniform again across the full width. If you can relocate the parking from that area, everything shifts down. And if you do that, then you will have between 33 and 34 metres clear if you remove the parking and return the area fully to storage, and include the assembly area. And currently at the moment, there's about 35 metres from spoil heap down to where the car park is located. So we are within a metre or two, but more critically, what you'd be able to do is you could reconfigure the storage and you would get the 20 metres that is currently shown there that was advised that you need for your assembly area. So we can provide, you would have 33 to 34 metres between fence line building to the south, the new fence line up at the CPO, you would have 33 vertical meters, which you could position for storage. Alternative to that is the west compound is wider. You've got similar length left. You've got in the region of 33 metres. There is a possibility that if it worked either both permanent or in construction, you could flip and move your assembly to the western compound, where you could then put storage or cabins around the outside, then use a central area up to 20 metres wide over a wider distance, and then you return storage to the east. The key thing here is the relocation of parking and that fits with discussions and information that was made before, in particular meeting May 23. And in terms of the list, as I say, points 4, let's talk about staff parking loss, site accommodation storage area, where both in the discussions and which is written here, that there's an acknowledgement that they call it the external yard, which I call the compound. They've said that the external yard, that the parking will be lost there because that will now be needed for the cabin storage. And at that point, and up until last week, there was no discussion that the impact of the road will not be mitigated or managed. And the critical thing is the relocation of parking. And up until discussions last week, it centred primarily on the permanent situation. And then with the importance of the assembly area and HGV's access, that's what prompted us to look at, is there options that we could present that would allow parking or potentially storage to be relocated to primarily CP2 if you wanted both, or CP1.
I apologize. I rudely tried to interrupt earlier because my question was really, where's the assembly area going to be? And you've confirmed that that would potentially flip over to the west compound. So my question wasn't about where all the cabins and whatever. I was just trying to find out where the solution was for the assembly plant post CPO, and your suggestion is that would be on the west.
There's two options that you can retain basically the current storage option and the assembly post construction in east compound. If you then relocate the parking area and free that area up for storage. Well, so that is one option. So you can keep like for like at the moment, because the parking area, if you relocate the parking area from the east compound, you return the area to the observed level of use and for the assembly. And that was clarified last week on the 15th, but also in the meeting in May 23, which is highlighted on that area, that certainly was, I think it was Mr. McGill who prepared this list, and he's certainly in the discussions and what's on there, he'd already recognised that they would need to shift everything down south within that compound. And if the parking is then lost, that was the question, what happens with the parking? And then once the CPO was launched, that was the discussions that Mr. Suarez went to go on board with the own president. Well, all I'm trying to say, Mr. Davison, is there's filled pages and pages of different scenarios, which I just think would benefit. So my evidence is trying to relate to the situation that has been observed on the ground, which has been explained on the ground, which is illustrated in these photographs and images, just to understand what the impact is, how it's mitigated, and what I've said, in which is in my recognition, is if you relocate parking, you can return the east compound back and maintain it for the assembly. All I was trying to flag up is, as an alternative option, is that if that felt that didn't work for, you needed a slightly different configuration, there's an opportunity that you could flip the area and look at using the west compound, which has got slightly more width. But whether that is an alternative or not, I was just trying to be helpful in
Does your recognition actually use the word assembly at all?
No, because
you just said your recognition referred to the assembly
No, the use of the east compound, I've added that in because the assembly we only found out on the 15th of August. We had to get our
Exactly.
presentations in. So I was not aware, it was never explained to us at any of the previous ones, the importance of that assembly area.
I think
That came to light, and then at the reporter site visit, because you're drawing reference again?
24.
Yeah. TB, no, so TB
28, isn't it?
28,
sorry.
yes.
I should have done my photographs.
Years before, and when we were standing in the cabin, I asked the reporter, given we were happy to accept as evidence, but I actually asked the reporter, in the timescale, were we given an opportunity to consider it, obviously consider that in private recognition, and we were given the opportunity to look at it and submit something, as long as you could submit something prior to the inquiry. So I consider it's taken us that time to consider it. So my recognition did not expand on discussions from the site visit, because I just didn't have time to take that. I'm just discussing now.
So, but my point that I'm labouring is that the original advice was of following your meeting in May 23 wasn't based on any awareness that there was an assembly area.
No, at the meeting, Mr. McGill in particular, what we weren't doing is we weren't trying to. This meeting in May, as I say, we met up to 20 businesses, all within the area, all that we were trying to serve notice on for CPOs. So we were taking land affecting people's parking and other aspects of that. We did the same process with Taylor and Fraser as we did with all the other businesses. Mr. Suarez and I, meetings were arranged. We went face to face. We went to their offices. We presented the same plans, specific plans to their businesses, explained and tried to inform them. What we weren't trying to do was sort of underhand way to get agreement on this. We were to advise them, this is what's coming forward. This is how we want you to consider this in the CPO, and CPO will be launched later on in the summer. And then if there's to be follow-up negotiations or discussions on concerns or whatever, it was to pre-inform people so that they don't just get a straight notification through the door. So in terms of the discussions in May, the one point that Mr. McGill made in particular was he was saying a number, that list was a kind of, there's a number of the points depending on if certain things happen, then they're not applicable. It covered a broad range of elements. As I say, we discussed them all with them and what we suggested to him, and what he, once he understood the scheme, if he had any comments, whatever, and he, I think it's in my full recognition as well. Sorry, second. Yeah, so in page 3 of my recognition, paragraphs 3.14 and 3.15, that was just a brief summary of the gist of that meeting. And in there, Mr. McGill confirmed they're trying to understand the logistics of how construction will be managed and with existing access. So a lot of this was still evolving. So it's a two-way process, Mr. Davison. It's not for us to find out. Taylor and Fraser and all the negotiations or discussions I had, always very amenable, very providing information. We didn't have all questions to answer. We were relying on them advising us, and at that, at each stage, they would provide us with information. We would check it out. We'd see if there was an issue or something we could address, and a lot of that was covered by Mr. Suarez's yesterday. So from that, we launched the CPO in September, be it a couple of months later, which I've already explained. And then Mr. Suarez had specific discussions about primitive land, relocated parking, accommodation works for fencing, and also discussion around the construction and temporary access arrangements. And what we did there, because we'd already discussed at the meeting that it would be impractical to provide a temporary access on Harbour Road because of the change in level, you would have so many earthworks, you would lose most of the compound. We illustrated an access along the Abercorn Street, and the requirements of that was to show a vehicle coming into that compound, that north compound, or the external yard as not into this workshop. And as my evidence in terms of construction as well, is that that is not, we cannot give guarantees on how a contractor will actually build this. That's why we employ them for their experience and knowledge of doing large, complicated schemes. And in my evidence in section, again, with recognition, for a second. Yeah, section 4.8, that explains some of the background to the discussions that we had. And the request was if an access, because it was more prompted by the fact that if they can't continue to take access to the north of the site, either onto the new road or down the ramp, if that ramp was removed to Harbour Road, then they would not be able to access the site. Stop. What we showed is temporary access, if required, could be opened up on the Abercorn Street, and an HGV, which is defined by Mr. Gill, could egress and access. So is shown in the C001, and that temporary access position was taken forward and included in TBF 028. My evidence says there is we have a contractual requirement in the documentation for the contractor to attain access. Any change or any works that affect access, their business liaison will require to speak to all businesses about the works and programme and phasing. What I've suggested there is until we see the contractor's programme and how they manage that, we don't know if they'll actually require to open up a temporary. In my experience with contractors, they don't like spending money unnecessarily, and any temporary abortive works is going to cost and potentially create a bigger impact for the business. Therefore, your starting point will be see it as a means to maintain the access. I think that is feasible, but it depends on a whole combination of other works, because it's not just Ormond Road between Abercorn Street and Road.
There's a few questions that are asked. I'll just because you raised them there. You received information at TBF 30, was it? But the temporary, the swept path that Taylor and Fraser had prepared on the temporary access, and you say you needed time to consider it, which is fine. And you say that everything was evolving and everything's a two-way process, and it's about exchanging information. So I can bring you back to your meeting of 24th of May 23. If you walked out on site and had a chat with everyone, it's a lot of information being handed over. So was another, bearing in mind, was an action point for you to come back to Taylor and Fraser? Why didn't you come back? Is that a two-way process?
Well, there was communication came back, and that was picked up by Mr. Suarez once the CPO was launched. What didn't provide at that stage was a formal written response to all the points, and I acknowledge that. But the timescale, given in the context that this scheme is not just about Taylor Fraser's impact, it's seen another 20 businesses that we're dealing directly with, all providing information back and forward. Had the timescale been for the CPO to launch in July, then that return communication would have been quicker. When it was picked up and focused on this one, as far as we
Mr. Suarez said that there had been some response to it, but it's not on the standard, on the agreed statement of facts. And I thought it had been conceded in the end that there had been no response. So you seem to be deflecting the response on saying Mr. Suarez dealt with it, but from what I took yesterday, he hadn't.
There is no written direct response to that list of 32.
Thank you.
I think, Mr. Barsky, was there anything else you wanted to add to that answer?
But as I say, there's I think it's the interpretation of the comments. I think whether there was an understanding or a belief that there was going to be a full written response to that. The only thing I was going to add is that when we discussed all the points, we went back and we considered them. We looked at that in relation to the design as it sat, and there was nothing that came out, either the discussions with Mr. McGill and Mr. Taylor had been discussed on site or in that list, that caused us any concern that we had potential issue with the design as it stood. We could take that forward to CPO, and that the issues that had been discussed around access, around getting the park, were matters that managed and mitigated, actually undertaken during the process.
Mr. Maskey, I lost the audio there. I don't know everyone. Just apologies.
Sorry.
Perhaps you could repeat that.
Basically, lost my train of thought now. Trying to rewind that. So basically, the information that was provided in a nutshell was there was nothing that was being said at that meeting in May 23 that would set alarm bells ringing that we could not mitigate or manage any of the issues that were being discussed with Taylor Fraser. And once the CPO launched, as with all the other businesses, we could then, as Mr. Suarez did, took forward further discussions with Taylor Fraser. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Davison, I think that's the point. At some point in that, once that CPO had been launched, that's when you got involved, I think. So
The clients were unrepresented whenever these discussions were taking place.
I was not directly involved in any further face-to-face discussions with Taylor Fraser yourself, but from the design technical element, we provided support information or checks of any queries to Mr. Suarez so that he could continue the dialogue, and set out in recognition that we, I think it was in January 24, after various negotiations and discussions, we finalised the proposal for alternative sites.
You said that there was nothing in the list that Mr. McGill provided that didn't think could be managed or dealt with, but there's there are quite a few suggestions on there, and that or his points suggest there could be a huge impact on the business. I don't see how we can just say they could be managed out, and if they were going to be managed out, why was that not discussed with them?
So I was going to say, if there are particular points that Mr. Davison wants to advocate from, let them put them to Mr. Matthew. That might be.
I agree. Can we be specific? Yeah.
Yep, I'm just going to. I was trying to find it there. Well, on page 1, fifth one, site accommodation storage area. So he's already flagging up in line in column 2. There's not enough room for the storage of all of the containers of cabins when projects reach conclusion. In column 3, at peak times the site returns the existing spaces at capacity. The remaining land will not be adequate for the site accommodation. He said further down there's one-headed Abercorn Street used for parking.
Well, should we deal with one at a time? Should we just deal with that?
Oh, sorry.
And then Mr. Rathke can deal with.
So basically saying that before the CPO, they already have issues with the site being at capacity.
I'm slightly confused with this one because earlier in my evidence, I highlighted that particular item and staff parking law, and the meeting in May 23 that was discussed. We're not disputing that there will be a loss of usable compound in the east side of the compound. That's clearly set out, and that's why I read 4.62 in the discussions that followed. And if you read the site accommodation storage area loss in relation to staff parking loss, there is a recognition there, and that's what was discussed, that in order to make the east compound work, the parking would have to move. And it says there, this yard will now be needed for the cabin storage.
Right.
Can I please finish? And in the third point, where you say peak times, the existing space is at capacity, and what my evidence has shown is if you relocate the parking in the area that you've got left, particularly in the length, the width currently, excluding the parking, you've got 35 metres, and we're between 33 and 34 across if you move the parking and move everything south. So that was a point that was discussed. That was a point that we checked with our design. And that's why, as I said, it didn't put up a red flag that this would be an issue and it would come down to the relocation of the parking.
It put up a red flag to Taylor and Fraser, which is why they raised it, and they never got a response. But if I maybe ask for just one more on that list, the very bottom one.
Can I come back on that, Mr.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Yes.
Yeah, I think I don't know how best to describe this list, but this was almost, I can't remember if he called it as a brain dump. So they basically just put down a whole list of things that either they needed more information on, which were discussed, some of which were not really applicable. But as I say, the key thing here is, you've said it as a red flag, but as I say, the point before it, staff parking loss, you read both those points in conjunction, and it was clear and apparent to Mr. McGill when he did this, a recognition that the yard would have to be fully returned to storage to offset the loss of the north. And it comes down to the parking. I don't know how many times I need to make this point, but what I will accept, maybe this makes it slightly clearer, is if you do not change anything in the east yard, you just lose the land from the CPO. can retain the parking, you can retain the perpendicular containers, but you will lose the ability to put storage to the Abercorn Street side and storage to the north. And you'll only have 12 metres left. Whether that is sufficient for the assembly is not 100% clear. But if you go on the basis of what is shown in TBF 24, the bed need 20 metres. And what I'm saying, and this is clear, is you relocate the parking from the East compound and turn that completely into storage and now assembly, which was the term that was used last from the site visit. You can basically return that area to the capacity that you need to operate at the moment. So when he says at peak times of site returns, the existing space is at capacity, if you move the parking, you basically return the East compound back to how you can use it at the moment. I don't know. I'm not making myself clear on this.
You're making yourself clear. My point is, you've said that this information exchange is a two-way thing. They exchanged information, and there was an action point for you to come back, and you didn't come back.
The ultimately key critical in this is the relocation of the parking. And Mr. Suarez, once the CPO was launched, had then further dialogue with Taylor and Fraser and ultimately through yourself. And as it's stated in my full recognition in section 3, particularly paragraph 3.1.1, I say I didn't go into too much detail on the timeline because that was covered on the Suarez's information evidence. Is at point 1, preparation of plans showing options for additional land area, particular use of Harbour Road as potential adjoining site car parking areas. So I don't see where there's a disconnect there, that there was a recognition that we had to look for alternative parking areas, and that's what Mr. Suarez took on board. And that came back to the discussions in May 23, where you can't keep the compound post-construction, parking, storage, and now the assembly area. But if you move the parking, you can keep storage and assembly. And the discussions took place after the CPO launch. So
yeah, but that's the point. That this was given on 24th of May, and the CPO was launched. So they had no opportunity to come back and comment on anything. And Mr. Suarez's evidence was that it was discussed internally within the council, and the alignment was rejigged. There's nothing discussed with Taylor and Fraser.
The alignment was not rejigged materially from what was shown and tabled with. And then what we did is we checked all the comments that we got back from businesses, and we looked at the design. Because ultimately, as you'll be aware, and what was emphasised from particularly Margaret Law and the legal team, is to finalise the CPO, we had to basically be confident and comfortable with the alignment we showed. And more importantly, we would not then just unnecessarily take additional land just for the sake of it. We would take land that we could justify, and that would include footprint of the road and a meaningful construction buffer. So that's those internal discussions went on. But materially, by the time the design or the alignment design that was discussed, meeting and discussed with all the other 20 businesses, all the major big ticket items like the bridge position, the sewer, the issues at Mysie Park, Harbour Road, issues up at Shannon Road and Renfrew Road Junction. There's loads of moving parts in this project, and all being bottomed out, and we were as confident as we could be at this point that we were in a position. The CPO is a huge milestone, as you know. It can take a long time, particularly the number of titles you're dealing with. And as Ms. Walker's evidence outlined, there was specific timescales for the funding. for this. So I don't know where this belief that after that meeting that we would then go back to Taylor and Fraser before we launched the CPO if nothing materially had changed, because ultimately they got served with a CPO notice and that opened the opportunity to have further discussions. I don't see how that's unreasonable.
I just, there were timescales on the LUF funding, and if the intention was to move forward with the CPO in July, within 6 weeks or whatever of the meeting at the end of May, potentially. My concern is that the haste to proceed with the CPO to ensure the funding was secured meant that people like Taylor and Fraser, the council couldn't delay any further discussions with them.
Is that a question? Sorry, that's
Well,
what's your question, Mr. Davis?
my point is that it was absolutely crucial. I'll go. All your solutions are predicated upon having alternative land for them. Would that be right?
Sorry?
Would your solutions for them all be predicated on them having temporary land? Alternative land, whether temporarily or permanently?
I don't necessarily describe them as my solutions.
Sorry. Yes.
There was an acceptance of the parking if it was to be relocated. Now, as to where it was to be relocated, whether within the site or an external site, that was the discussions and negotiations that Mr. Suarez led with Taylor and Fraser and ultimately with himself. And I was not party to. I know that Norman Yardley, many discussions, not just with Mr. Taylor himself, but various other landowners and business operators in the area, and he fed into our process that we had. But one key thing that came out of that was, Norman, and I think this is where Mr. Suarez was talking about yesterday, is that in order to try and, we did not set out to impact on the businesses. We did not have a detrimental impact. We were trying to take the businesses with us, and if the businesses had a bigger request, whether that can be justified or not, the council was more than willing to consider all options on the table to help the businesses if that addressed specific issues or whatever. So in terms of those solutions, that's what came out. I was not directly involved in the discussions, but based on my observations of the site, what certainly on the meeting May, see we were in the compound for the second part of that, it did not appear apparent that there would be a solution to put parking elsewhere. Now, one thing I would point out is that it did surprise me that if you refer back to TBS 024, the big map again, is that the level of parking that was in the office workshop, the big map's dated 24, and as you can see, in I call this the office stroke workshop yard, which is the original yard, which is to the south. As you can see, between the most southerly workshop and the offices to the right hand side, there is a row of perpendicular cabins. Now, when we were there was cabins both in the main external compound, within the office workshop, and there were cars dotted around in terms of the office workshop, and a few cars dotted about in the parking area. So it's a very open and flexible use of both areas. site visit last week, there was no cabins in there. Mr. McKinnon confirmed there was a lot of cars, more cars than I'd ever seen at any point I'd been there. That area is not used for cabin storage yet. You have provided a photograph from 24 that shows those cabins. So it's if those cabins are not longer required, then the solution could be to accommodate all the car parking in the office workshop yard. But despite various discussions, and my understanding from Mr. Suarez's evidence is that at various points, I think in the follow-up emails that you talked about yesterday from the district valuer, they're asking for information on type, number, use, etc. I understand as that's not come forward. But my role in this, I'm directly involved in the follow-up discussion when the CPO was launched. So Mr. Suarez came back to us and we did an assessment of the areas available, different locations, whether that was for car parking or whatever. And all we did was facilitate that by doing a geometric check and providing the drawings. So Mr. Suarez took on the discussion. My understanding is that an external compound site, whatever you wish to discuss it, is not something that Taylor and Fraser have taken off the table. It's something that they were willing to consider.
So, you mean a remote site?
Sorry?
You say an external site, you mean another site elsewhere?
Well, the discussions on Harbour Road. Because the understanding from Harbour Road is that way back when that was first mooted with Norman Yardley, there was an issue because although the carriageway was public road, it was not the understanding that the council owned the solar, and the verge areas were not part of the public road and they're subject to multiple titles. And based on discussions yesterday, it was so Norman at that time, when discussing about Harbour Road with Mr. Taylor, it had said, consider that public if you didn't own it at that time. And then, based on the evidence I picked up there, is that it was Taylor and Fraser's legal searches that came back to say that the council did in fact own so long. And therefore, that wasn't an option. And then, because of the CPO requirements for the road, the CPO was picking up the east and west boundaries of Harbour Road, or verges. So that's became what might be a viable option or something that could be considered further.
It's just that on that list, the final one is alternative land option. Any new land or yard need investment welcomed as a possible solution. So, is it fair to say that as far as Taylor and Fraser were concerned, that the council were, forget about Harbour Road being a specific one, that the discussions were ongoing about potential alternatives for them?
That's my understanding, yes.
And so whenever the road was designed, the final layout designed in in end of June or early July, had the council provided any information on sites that would be suitable to Taylor and Fraser?
I don't think I can answer that because that my role in the project is design technical lead, and that was the evidence Mr. Suarez led. I all we did was facilitate the production of drawings. We were not involved in those negotiations or discussions.
Yeah, I think Mr. Suarez yesterday confirmed it was February 24 and 24 it was provided, and that's also in the agreed statement of facts. But
What was provided in February 24?
The first time the council offered them a site.
Right.
So if you go back to TBF-24,
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure I necessarily agree with that from the council's perspective, but I think it's a matter for submissions at the end of the day.
Yeah, I thought it was in the agreed statement of facts. Second.
I believe that it's true that a drawing was provided at that time, but I'm not necessarily suggesting. I don't think it would be the council's position as the first time that was suggested or made available to Taylor and Fraser, just for clarity. But I'd say I could deal with that in submissions rather than take up time.
Yeah, great. No, great. Thank you. To go to TBF-24, which is all these Google Map image and Bing Map extracts and some photographs I've taken. If you went,
Actually,
found it?
Miss Davison, actually, before we run on, I've allowed this to run on because we were dealing with a particular subject, and we haven't had a break this morning, and I think Mr. Bathgate's been sitting there for 2 hours, and obviously everyone's been working at it for. Should we take a short break, maybe until 12:05, and we can then resume.
Perfect.
Is that okay? If that's a convenient time for a break,
Absolutely.
okay. Okay. So 12:05, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So should we resume? Just wait for Ms. Davison to return.
Ooh,
Hello. Do you want to resume, Mr. Davison?
yes, thanks. It's a strange question for you, Mr. Bathgate. If you went into a pub every Tuesday afternoon at 3 p.m. and did so over a period of weeks and found there were only 2 customers there, would you think that would be a good barometer to tell you how busy the pub was generally? You'll see where I'm going now.
Yeah, okay. Strange, interesting light question. I'll give you that. It'd be a barometer of how busy it is on a Tuesday.
You'll see where I'm going if I. The CPO-350-4, all the Bing Maps and Google Maps images. So the first 2 are quite interesting because they're both taken in May 24.
Mm-hmm.
And that should be answering the question. So do you see any different use between the occupancy of the east and west yards on those 2 pictures, both from May 24?
There's a difference, but I would actually question the provenance of the second image. Because that, to me, looks more like a Google map image.
So 1 second, sorry. It is a Google map. Sorry, the first one is Bing, May 24. And you're right, the second one is Google Maps 24. So they're both taken in the same month by different Bing and Google. So do you see what do you notice about the occupancy of both yards, east and west?
There's obviously less storage in the image to the south, but there's nothing to confirm that is genuinely May 24. It only says Bing Maps 24. There's no date stamp or anything. But regardless of that, the evidence I've led, try and put context to the extent the CPO uses the worst case scenario, which is the top Bing Map. Sorry, Bing Map 2024, which you're suggesting is May.
Yeah. That's fine. And then
So what I've done is in my evidence, I've used the worst case scenario that you've presented in your evidence to illustrate that we can maintain that level of use.
Actually, do you accept that the pictures show that the use of the yard, all the yard space, is fluid? It can change depending on the pictures.
Yeah, but I'm not disputing that, Mr. Davis.
No, that's all I want.
That's what I've understood since day one, and even way back in January 22, the Teams call, it was explained that flexible and cabins can come in and go within a few days or whatever. But I'll emphasize again that the Bing map, the first one, the aerial one, and all the other images that you can see, which were taken at ground level, that's the worst case that has been illustrated or evidenced in this inquiry. And that's what we, and certainly is for the East compound is the full use of that compound. And it's now been clarified why there needs a gap in the middle for the assembly. So evidence has assessed that and explained the impact of the CPO and how that can be mitigated.
And I was just asking, well, we're in agreement on that, so that thank you for that. So we were just in agreement about use of the yard as fluid. That's all I was.
Yeah, it's not a doubt.
And then final questions in the 483, 485 of your recognition. You say you referred to it will be the contractors. It's not technical. It's not technical. Yeah.
What was the reference? Sorry.
So
I don't have it immediately to hand.
in 483,
Oh,
you say during the construction, the contractor will take occupancy of the new road corridor. And then it says, next line, this does not mean Taylor and Fraser will lose their current means of access from the outset, as says it, but there's no 100% certainty about that because you also refer to the phasing of the works at 486 will ultimately determine everything.
Yes, but I would emphasise the key point in that contractually, the contractor is required in the contract to maintain access 24 hours, 7 days a week. And if there's any works affecting that in the liaison, so we can't be any clearer to the contractor. It's their responsibility, and that's why we are employing a suitable, experienced, and knowledgeable contractor. But the only thing here, access, whether the access is maintained fully at the position where it is at the moment, or a modified and upgraded one, or they have to invoke a temporary access for a period of time, that will come forward. Of course, we can't guarantee that until we see the contractor program, but the onus is on the contractor to liaise with not only Taylor and Fraser, but all the businesses to manage the works to the safety and minimal disruption as possible.
But you'd accept, in a way, I think Miss Davison is the worst case is from Miss Davison's point of view is that there's a temporary access from Abercorn Street. Is that where you're going?
Yeah, it's just that the business has to plan with certainty, so the business can't.
But yeah.
So therefore, we do not know what the contractor will do. So therefore, to say that the contractor may continue to use the current access is speculation. We don't know that. So I'm just saying for the business planning ahead, they need certainty. So and unfortunately, can't give that at the moment. Is the point I was trying to make.
So is your question? What's your question, Ms. Davison?
With these qualifications, do you agree that there's not 100% certainty about how the contractor will phase the works or release land with regards to whether a temporary access is required and when required?
So you do that. Right.
If the contractor is incumbent on the contractor to decide upon the phasing, and it's up to the contractor to decide whether he will, if and when he will close off the current access. So, so do you accept that the business has to plan for the worst case scenario that it loses its access, existing access, almost immediately?
I'm not entirely sure I completely follow your question, but yes, because I just don't really understand what you said. I would point you to 4.8.6. And I think perhaps we have to get the balance right. If we put too many restrictions on a contractor to say you can't do X, Y, and Z, it may become even more of a difficult problem for a business. It needs to be a balance between The contractor is employed because they are competent, they're experienced, they're very knowledgeable, and once they develop their program, because there's so many moving parts in terms of this construction, the bridge, the retaining walls, the sewer crossing, etc., they will coordinate that. The starting point from that is the contractor has to maintain access at the point of access. If they have works that are going to affect how that access would operate, they have a responsibility through the liaison to deal with each of the individual businesses. Now, that is not them phoning at 4 o'clock on the Friday saying, oh, by the way, we're shutting your access. It's not. They would have to plan in advance. Second to that, if they then choose to put in a temporary access for a period of time, which could be whatever length of time, again, they have to coordinate and liaise that in advance. And at the monthly meetings, part of the issue that will be through the supervision is the project manager from the council side, the contractor report on progress and upcoming and business liaison. So while I can't guarantee if or when that would happen, it's not something that's going to be difficult to manage and also give advance warning. I think what you're saying is the worst case scenario is the temporary access onto Abercorn Street. I think that's what you're asking. And it just comes down to a fundamental question here is the temporary access that we showed, which may or may not be the one the contractor uses, but it is a feasible one that they can use, shows that the HGVs can turn from Abercorn Street and go straight onto the compound. All that does is just flip what happens at the moment. At the moment, the HGVs come up from Harbour Road, go around the 90-degree bend and use the north-south end, and then they'll turn left into the east compound. All we're now doing is replacing that internal access road in that temporary situation with Abercorn Street. The HGVs will turn in and then they'll come in straight through the compound. The question, which was tabled in the drawing TB yes, thank you. Thanks, sir. Is this whole, and this what triggered the discussion on the alternative parking is if you remove the parking, then you've got storage to the north of that route the HGV comes in, and to the south. You need 20 metres based on what's been explained or what you can see from the map. So if you remove the parking, the discussion would be, do you then can that function? The question I think what you're leading to is the swept path then shows the HGVs for some reason having to then turn into the south office workshop, which was explained quite clearly at the meeting on the 15th that does not happen.
My question is about, we do not know when it is certain if and when a temporary access will be required or provided, because it's accepted unfettered access.
I stated in my recognition, so I
No,
you know.
No, yes, that's fine. Final question. Sorry. The final question is, with the temporary access and the permanent access, can 3 wagons up to 16 meters length with an escort safely reverse into the yard?
Yard.
Either the permanent or temporary yard.
From where?
So if heavy items are being delivered in a convoy, those have to back into the yard for unloading. So what I'm saying is, can that be done
from Abercorn Street?
Either the temporary access or the permanent access?
So is there a particular document or drawing referencing the same? Any?
Are we looking at RC1? Is that what we're looking at?
It'll be, it's the last drawings at TB30, the one with the temporary that Taylor and Fraser produced for the temporary access.
Um,
Mhm.
well, okay, right, we'll look at that one. Yeah.
Yeah, and that
228 is it?
28.
So put that here actually.
So sorry, Mr. Rathgate, have you got that one?
Yeah, TFB
Right.
28, the
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sorry.
So, right, so could three large wagons up to 16 meters with an escort all reverse into that from the temporary access from Abercorn Street?
reverse. Sorry, I'm struggling to follow most of it. Reverse into that. Reverse. What does that actually
Well,
mean?
the logistics manager explains that these lorries come and then they reverse into the yard for unloading because the high-ups and cranes can come in and take all the heavy equipment off. So
Yeah, the assembly area.
no, not for the assembly area. It can be for the assembly area. It could be for other items into the other yards as well.
So where does the logistics manager explain this?
No, it's a question of mine that I'm taking the words of the logistic master I'm using. All right, I'll rephrase it. Lou mentioned to the logistics manager, in the event that there was a convoy of 3 wagons of 16.5 meters with an escort, can they access the yard from Abercorn Street?
Yeah, our uh, our production, your C01 shows the temporary access and shows HGVs, large articulated lorries, access and egress in a forward gear into the compound, and your and TBF 028 shows they can access and egress in a forward gear into that compound as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that this doesn't show anything about reversing. Are you talking about reversing?
I'm just saying that's what I understand. Those larger loads come in and they reverse in.
Why would they reverse in when you've shown document that shows that they can access and egress in a forward gear? I don't.
Because the presumably the rear of the wagon is where the heavy items are, so it's easier for
I think
forklifts.
yeah. We're getting into some speculation about evidence that doesn't actually appear in writing anywhere, Ms. Davison.
No, to be that's fair. This just came from me at what I'm trying to is that with the current access arrangements that the business will not be able to do this, but I'll accept it hasn't been produced in evidence before. I thought it was pertinent to Mr. Bathgate's evidence as the roads designer to ensure he had.
So just a minute, Mr. Davison. Your plan, TBF 28, shows lorries driving off Abercorn Street, driving through the eastern yard and into the inner yard beside the offices. Yeah. Is there something? Are you asking something about that? About the lorries driving into the yard with the officers? Is that,
Yes.
so what would your question be about that?
As they reverse in and they come in threes, can that be done safely?
Threes and where? How?
The larger. Beg your pardon?
Just is someone speaking?
Sorry, that was me. I just sorry. Apologies, sir. get slightly frustrated. I just don't understand the question.
Sorry,
I'm just trying to understand your question, Ms. Davison. Is that what you're asking about? Lorries entering the inner yard?
well, at the moment you've got it's you know, I'm going to let Mr. Taylor answer that one because he's more technically minded in terms of
Well,
the.
I'm not exactly. I'm wondering what your question is, rather than asking you for information.
But it's just the concern is that these large deliveries that come in threes with an escort will not be able to access the premises anymore.
Which premises? Is that we're talking about accessing the
117 Abercorn
eastern...
Street? Either they deliver stuff for the eastern yard, the assembly area. At the moment, what happens is the lorries come up from Abercorn Street, and they then from Harbour Road. They idle. Two of them will idle on the concrete ramp, while one drops off the heavy load. It's unloaded, and then they all move on. That facility. How can the business do that?
So I'm slightly concerned that Mr. Davison's actually giving evidence that doesn't appear anywhere in the documents that have been provided.
That's fine. No, I will deal with it later. Sorry, thank you.
Well, so actually, if Mr. Davison is going to deal with it later, I mean, as I said, it doesn't actually appear anywhere in any of the documents, and it hasn't actually. If he's not going to ask Mr. Bathgate, it's not been put to any of the council witnesses. So I'm not sure that's a line that can be taken any further.
Well, I will be asking Mr. Taylor how the word yard currently works for him and what would be the impacts.
Should that have been as written evidence already?
It's his written evidence already is that the yard will be adversely impacted by this, and he will explain why.
But if there's a fundamental issue, should that not have been in his written evidence already? So that the other party would have notice, so the council would have notice of what your point was and be ready to prepare for it. But how should we deal with this if you are wanting to deal with this? Raise this.
Sorry, just Mr. Davison on notice. I will object if he intends to ask Mr. Taylor about lots of issues around operation of the yard which are not covered in his written recognition. Because that's and none of these matters have been put to the council witnesses either. So that again, we've not had an opportunity to respond. If those matters were to be covered in evidence by Mr. Taylor, it should have been his recognition, and then I could have asked questions of the council witnesses and examination in chief, or Mr. Davison could have cross-examined on them.
Well, I will, I hope, be able to raise it because Mr. Bathgate in his evidence referred to HGV coming into the area and only using the north yard. So
I would just,
Mr. Davison, I don't think there was mention of specifics about a certain number of HGVs arriving in a particular way that would, the problem is you're saying essentially that there are facts here that cause a fundamental problem for the council's case, but you haven't mentioned those facts previously in your evidence at all. And essentially you're springing a surprise on the council, the inquiry, which we said at the pre-inquiry meeting, and I said in the notes of the pre-inquiry meeting should not happen.
I accept that, but we did make the more generic point that the business couldn't operate without a large yard. But we should have been more specific on that particular example, perhaps.
Well, it's a matter it's a matter for you to make your case, and you chose to take an inquiry procedure and not go by another procedure, Mr. Davison. So it really is for you to make your case in the inquiry, and if it's for you to give the specifics as to why a large yard is required. And you haven't mentioned this particular specific in your written evidence.
Okay, I will drop the question then.
Okay.
Apologies. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Brackett. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dean.
Thank you. You have a couple of questions. I just want to have a look at document RC1 because there's just something I don't really understand about it, and it's probably my stupidity. Let me I'll have to open it up.
I'll have to find this.
Yeah, no, indeed.
It might be more of a challenge for me. So. I've got that now, sir.
Right. Okay. So the first sheet is about the temporary access. The second sheet is the second sheet looks at as a drawing of the proposed permanent access, and just in terms of the drawing there on the second page, plan ending. Its plan numbers SWI, ST, ZH, lots of zeros and one.
Yeah.
So you got that one.
Yes.
What exactly do the blue lines mean? Is on the left hand plan?
Yeah,
Is
that indicates the kind of where the new curb line would be for the junction.
It's the edge of the road essentially. Yeah. The actual road.
There was a little bit of I think it was just to help clarity of how that would sit in relation to the existing access, because I think there was confusion or misunderstanding that the access should be closed, and that in order to show, obviously, although we occupy the east to west access road, obviously comes a little further south, and that was to show where the curb line was. And then swept path, the third page, which is 002, was showing the swept path of the vehicle on the new road, because there was a question mark whether or not they could actually access it.
So that's the third sheet. Yeah. So I just wanted to ask about the diagram on the third sheet on the bottom right. That seems to show. What exactly does that show? Is that a lorry reversing out of the yard, or is it going in?
They're all top left is, so the difference between the existing, and you can see faintly what the existing is. Obviously, we now have a full east to west. So unlike currently where all vehicles have to go down Harbour Road, they can turn right. So top left, also, this is a vehicle that's heading east. Hence it's on the other side of the new road, turning right. Top right is that vehicle exiting and then turning west or left to show, make that manoeuvre, and also within the lane. Bottom left is the vehicle exiting and turning right or turning east onto the left-hand lane. And then the bottom right-hand side is the vehicle heading west and then turning left in.
Oh, right. Okay. I think I'm there. So what's the heavy black dotted line is the middle of the road?
Yeah, that.
Right. Okay. That's fine. Right. No, fine. I'm there now. Right. Okay.
I recall there was a theory that vehicles would be swinging out over oncoming traffic, etc. So we thought if we show the temporary access going in from Abercorn Street, where permanent access would be in relation to trying to relate it to the existing, and then the temporary, and then obviously the sort of path for the permanent.
Okay. No, that's perfect. No, I just didn't really understand the diagram, so that's very helpful.
It's okay. It happens a lot.
Okay. Where's my questions? Was now in response to Mr. Davison, you said that your understanding from your discussions you had at site inspection, which I don't think I was party to, was that lorries did not access or large HGVs didn't access the inner yard. Is that's your position, is it?
Yes, it was advised that because of health and safety, they could not turn, and it was the wagon that was in the site fixed, probably 10 or 12 meter one fixed wheel load. Yeah.
Okay, so
which to be honest makes sense, because if an HGV will not go into that compound and turn and go in and out that compound, I'm not sure they'd be able to reverse in and out, because if you refer to CPO-350-4 and the well-used Big Map 24,
yeah,
if you can see there, if a vehicle comes up from Harbour Road, turns into the access road of the North Compound or North Yard, you can see that you come down. I think the unit straight ahead is some sort of training unit or Take 5 unit. The road then pinks and then comes to an angle, and then we go in. Now, if a vehicle was able to drive in and not turn, I think that's quite a difficult and convoluted means to reverse, given the fact that you've got parked vehicles, and I think you see there's like 2 red skips, and I think it's on other photos as well. They seem to use the sort of red and white. In fact, if you look at the photos on the 25th of 6/24, I think it's 1 October 24, which is quite an open compound, and you can see they've got those red and white blocks.
Just give me a second to get hold of it, because I had it open and it's gone missing.
Yeah, I think it's the page 1, 2, 5. I think it's photos 25, 6, 24. There's one that's got the street view from October 20.
Yeah,
it's the one that's.
I know what you're talking about. I just thought I had it open, and it doesn't seem to be open on my computer. So
certainly that would. There was no indication on that day, but as I say, going back to the meeting in May 23, and then when he talked about access to the site, and then follow-on discussions that Mr. Suarez had that led to production, which we just looked at, RC001, the vehicle was only to be shown to track in for the temporary access, was only to show to track into the compound, into the North Compound, not the office workshop yard. That was
right.
So had we had shown that, we'd have replicated what was indicated in council, objectives TFB 028. So
okay, so
gone on the best.
If there was temporary access through Abercorn Street, you wouldn't get large vehicles, or is your position that you simply wouldn't get large vehicles going through the eastern part and into into the inner yard as illustrated in TBF 28. That's your understanding.
I think there's two things there which to note is my understanding is that the really large vehicles that we're talking about only require to access the external yard, the north compound. They're not required to access the office workshop.
Mm.
If they are required to do that, then the vehicles, the swept path of that, if in that first situation, then I would refer you to the swept path in RC1, which shows the vehicles come from Abercorn Street and go straight in and can continue straight through that east compound or continue onto the west compound.
Mm.
If they do require to access the yard at the moment, the office workshop yard, then all the additional squiggly lines is them coming in, straightening up, and then swinging up to the north and coming round, and would have a greater impact. But the key thing here is the impact on the gate, and I think this was mentioned as well, and this is shown by this as well, that the current width of the gate is not wide enough for the vehicle to turn. So it would need widened if that was the situation. But the key thing here, that would show a greater impact on the compound. So depending on how you use that eastern compound and how frequent and regular those deliveries are, it could negate quite an area for storage, potentially. I think, however, I would say is that based on the width of the gate and looking at TBF 24 and the skewed angle, they were talking about, if I picked it up right, potentially that vehicles reversed in and out of there, which, given the skewed angle, I'm not sure if a vehicle came down the current access road, went askew, and then tried to turn in, that gate would be sufficient for them to turn into.
Mm.
And that's my understanding of what I picked up in previous discussions, and then was obviously provided in more detail. But the critical aspect that changed from the site visit on the 15th was that central open area of the class as the assembly area.
Mm.
As I say, that does not change my evidence about how it comes down to the parking. And if the parking can be relocated both in the construction stage and permanently, then you can return the compound to the current capacity.
Because deliveries that currently come in from the west would come in from the east.
Yeah. Yes, we just Abercorn Street becomes a new road, and the vehicles go in, they go straight in, and you can assembly up to the top. Because currently at the moment, if they come in through the access road, they'll turn left, they will go into that an assembly area, that 20-metre area, and they'll offload or upload the material. And the container was, we saw, we'd upload that, but in order to then go back out, you would then reverse back across the access road and then turn and go back down Harbour Road. To me, the same would just apply, whereby they would come in, drive in, if it was going to be used as east access, they drive in, they stop, load, upload, and then they continue past, they can then turn on the old access road and go back out. Or, like I said to Mr. Davidson, if that doesn't work or there's a stacking problem on the route, then you can flip that and put the assembly to the western end, which would be the farthest point from the Abercorn Street access. So there's a lot of flexibility there. But in terms of, if you deal with the parking, then you've got the area like for like that will allow you to operate as what's been shown either in the evidence or was shown on site on the 15th.
But if the access was from Abercorn Street, then presumably all the other deliveries would come in through that route as well. So the yard wouldn't. And how would that impact the yard in your view?
It would.
How didn't that impact the assembly area in particular, in your view?
Well, I suppose it's if you take RC01, where the vehicle comes in, it turns and then it goes straight on. That would set your, call it the aisle or access road. Nothing's formally marked out within it. So that area, be it 9 meters, 6 meters wide, whatever, that area would have to be kept clear for access both for the HGVs and vehicles. There would have to be a logistical management of that so that if there was other more routine deliveries coming, and if that was only access in, then if there was an HGV sitting on that access road immediately go in, then that potentially causes a problem. However, I don't know how frequent that is, and I don't know that, it was mentioned a number or whatever, and it was mentioned like, so again, that comes back to the point which I'd said to Mr. Davison before, is in that case, you're then better to put the assembly area to the west compound, which means your eastern compound stays with an aisle and storage either side of it currently operates. And it would come down to the logistical management of it. Hence the reason in my evidence that I think all round, from a contractor's point of view, for abortive work and potential cost, and just a disruption or potential disruption to the tail and freezer, they would seek to maintain the existing access as long as possible and either switch them to a newly formed section of the new road or whatever. And the access. However, the process that we went through was purely to show that in the sort of worst case scenario, as Mr. Davison put it, if that access had to be closed and you had to open it up, and that's where the dialogue went, and certainly in the discussions that, or the evidence that Mr. Suarez led, and then when we produced the swift pass on RC001 was provided, and I'm not aware of any sort of follow-up queries or discussions on that. It was purely to demonstrate and alleviate their concerns. And if there was follow-up, and I thought that information did do that, but if there was new evidence or new information, then we'd have taken that on board and the further.
So your position is essentially that it was for them to tell you rather than any other way.
RC1 was produced on the back of specific comments and concerns that had been expressed by Taylor and Fraser, and we provided exactly what they asked for, and then that for me the trail went cold. If that's the best way to do it. Sorry. So that's fine. Understood.
I think that's thank you very much. That's all I had to ask. So I'm sure Mr. McMurray maybe Mr. McMurray has some further questions for you, Mr. Rathke.
Sorry, I don't have any further questions.
And thanks very much, everyone. That I guess that concludes the council's case, or the case of the inquiry, Mr. McMurray.
Sorry, yes.
Okay, so we could perhaps have lunch now, and then at 10 to 2, if you want to come in, Davison.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sorry, are you still there?
I am.
Actually, just before we break, actually, there was just one thing that occurred to me. I just just wanted to check before we start the afternoon session whether Mr. Taylor does have access to the documents, etc., that may be referred to by Mr. Davison or myself. Just wanted to check that he had the documents.
Your microphone's off, Mr. Taylor. Your microphone's off.
should kind of make efficient use of time.
You're,
Yeah.
you're still on mute. That help? Is there any ones you're particularly wanting to refer to, and I can get them sent to him?
There may be a few. It depends a little bit on the answers Mr. Taylor gives, but I think the TFB documents are particularly around some of the sort of objections and correspondence that were submitted both to CPO and planning, and also I suppose RC11, the new document that was submitted yesterday.
Right.
And the statement of agreed matters.
Yeah, you've got that. So, Mr. Taylor, we're just trying to work out what documents you'll need for later. You've got the statement of agreed matters. That's the A3 Excel sheet I printed off for you.
Okay, all right, okay.
You've got that.
I'll have a wee search when we're having lunch before this.
Okay.
You still wanted to get a presentation from me after lunch? Is that the idea, time-wise?
Is Mr. Scott to go first, Mr. Davison? Are you going to call
Yes,
Scott first?
yes.
Mr. Taylor, sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Just to help us later for Mr. Taylor, sorry, what TFB documents are you going to refer to?
Mr.
Murray. Sorry.
So Ms. Davison, it's I can't remember the precise numbers I've got sort of written down somewhere, but I think it's around sort of 2021.
2021. Right.
I think there's it's objection to planning.
Okay. 2021. It was just those two then, 20 and 21.
Yeah, I'll have a think over lunch in case there's any more. I am going to try and cut down just in the interest of time, just trying to
that's fine.
cut things down. But I will have a look at over lunch and advise at the start of this afternoon whether there's any more.
Mr. Davison, I provided a document list with hyperlinks in it. I don't know if that might be helpful to Mr. Taylor. Be able to click through to the relevant documents if he doesn't have it in front of him. But perhaps you can discuss that with Mr. Scott.
I will do. I'll discuss with him. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Okay. Right.
I think so.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
See you all at 10 to 2.
10 to 2.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Ms. Davison, do you want to proceed? You're muted, Ms. Davison.
Sure. Mr. Taylor, could I ask you to read out your recognition?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. This is a few notes I took last fortnight. Well, let's read it out to you. In our view, the Council has made no attempt to find out how our business works and has failed to recognise that our business requires a relocation yard to replace what we may be losing. As without a large yard, we simply cannot function. The yard is fully used by the business and has never been unused land, in quotes, since the Council first contacted us in 2019 and before that. The Council has not properly engaged with us by not seeking to establish how we use the outer yard, Plot 37 in brackets, and by not recognising our use of its, recognising the use of it is fluid. We use Plot 37 as a staging post, in quotes, before materials and equipment are taken elsewhere. We move fabricated structures and manufactured goods by trucks, forklifts, and hydraulic cranes, which require us to have a large yard, such as Plot 37. Our large yard allows us to have a separate working area for assembly, allows access for wagons and for hired cranes for bigger loads, and also enables us to work in a way that minimises any health and safety risks. The Council has failed to find out about our contracts, which vary from one year to another, dependent on the content of each, and thus requires a large area for us to store our equipment and goods, and to allow commercial vehicle deliveries and transfers between vehicles. The Council and its agent acted unreasonably in their unexplained decision that we can work both effectively and safely without Plot 37. Apart from losing Plot 37, the temporary access from Abercorn Street will mean we will effectively lose use of a large part of our retained yards during the works. This manifestly will not work for us, and we will require additional storage facilities elsewhere to replace what we are losing. The fact that the Council offered an unsuitable Scammon site shows a complete misunderstanding on its part and in how the business operates. Due to the lack of engagement and understanding of both the Council and its agent as to how our business functions, we are focusing our attention on leasing a third-party land further up Abercorn Street, and this appears to be the only solution for us in the absence of any other offer of other site from the Council. The Council's agent, Scott Beveridge, of the District Valuer's Office, has incorrectly stated that our yard is not fully utilised, and the loss of Plot 37 will not have a material effect on our business. This is totally incorrect. Excuse me. When I asked Mr. Beveridge, when I walked Mr. Beveridge around our premises and the relocation yard on Abercorn Street on the 3rd of June 24, there was no conversation between us as to how the yard worked for the business. So it is difficult to understand how Mr. Beveridge arrived at this conclusion without speaking to me or with Graham and Sybil. Mr. Beveridge's opinion on our long-stated requirement for equivalent yard space to replace what we're losing is a real issue for us, and he acted unreasonably when reaching his conclusion without allowing me the opportunity to inform him how we currently use the whole of our yard at Abercorn Street. The Council has known since May 23 that Plot 37 is fully used, and two Council officers accepted at our meeting on the 19th December last that the loss of such a large part of our yard would negatively impact upon our business. It is not just a question of significant disruption should this road come through our property. Without a replacement, yard, it will be impossible for the business to operate. And so the project that stands represents a real risk for the future of our business. We can manage if we could manage this risk if we have a secure relocation yard. Thank you.
Thank you. So can I just check something with you in terms of issues that Mr. Blackgate raised? Can I raise those now, or do I have to wait until?
If you want to have questions about evidence Mr. Brathgate gave, of course you can ask those questions.
Thank you.
As long as it's within the evidence that Mr. Taylor.
No. You've obviously been in dialogue, Mr. Taylor, with the council for a number of years before my involvement. So, in terms of this land swap or extambion, what was your understanding of what would always happen or what was agreed between you?
Mr. Yardley, when he first approached us, I said to him, he had laid out a drawing showing the run of the new road, which is different from the road now. And I said, why could we get the old part of Harbour Road and the ground to the side of it? And he says, well, that's an idea. He says, but I don't think we own it. So I took advice from Edinburgh and came back and gave him that in fact they do own the road. But when we really looked, when the offer came forward again, which we declined, the strip of ground available was a lot narrower than what was initially an offer. There was quite a distance between the west side of Harbour Road and the new road. Whereas now it's running pretty well parallel to Harbour Road, and it's a slim site. It wouldn't work for us.
Apart from that one site, was there any understanding about whether any alternative sites would be sought by the council to try and help you?
No, we asked them to check to see what they had, and nothing came forward.
That would be, it was confirmed in 2024 rather than 2022.
We were always open to when an offer could come our way. It became evident to us probably 6 to 9 months ago that we're going to have to do something ourselves because we weren't going to get anything from the council. So hence we found this site further up Abercorn Street.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Bathgate's evidence, he said that no HGVs currently access, the HGVs currently only access the north yard, which you call your outer yard. So the east side of it, so that's the east yard facing Abercorn Street. So would you have any comments on that?
Well, currently in the access we have of Harbour Road, all vehicles come up the concrete route, come through into our inner yard. Either the goods are suitable for storing outside, in which they'll go into the outer yard. If they're not, the trucks will come through into the inner yard, and we can take our own vehicles are 18.5 meters long, so we have no problems in reversing them then into the other bays which have overhead cranes to unload them. So all sizes of vehicles, except the extreme sizes, can come into our yard, get in and out.
So when he said that his impression during the site meeting was that there would be no HGVs in that inner yard due to health and safety issues, is that not correct then?
That's not correct. No, we have always had access for vehicles into our inner yard.
Thank you. So did you have any? Why did you turn your attention to the third-party land on Abercorn Street?
because we could see that it was likely to be no alternative.
So, so why would this work better for you than any alternative suggestions,
I'm sorry.
Council? Why would this option work better for you than any alternative suggestion proposed by the
Well,
council?
we identified 4 sites. We ourselves identified 4 sites in the area, and that was the closest one, and it was about 0.8 of an acre, which is about right. Okay, it's pretty overgrown. That's not a big job to deal with that, but and it's handy. That's the main thing.
What's the alternative for you if you can't get Abercorn Street?
I hate to think.
Worst case scenario. Sorry to make you think about it, but what is the worst case scenario?
We just need to start looking again to see if we can find something locally. But with no way we can work, if depending on how the contractor attacks this project, I can see us needing a temporary access off Abercorn Street pretty early doors, because Mr. Bathgate explained the new road is 2.5 meters higher. Access road to our premise, it's 2.5 meters higher than the previous one. It's having to bridge over the sewer. So, I mean, there's no way we can bring any vehicles up there once any of that work starts. So, in consequence, the Abercorn Street access will be required pretty quickly.
At the moment, you're progressing to get tenders for upgrading Abercorn Street.
Yes, that's out at the moment. Yeah.
Right. I think that's all the questions I have, Mr. Taylor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a moment, Mr. McMurray.
Sure, sir.
Can I just ask a question before cross-examination? I know that's a bit unconventional.
Yeah, feel free to.
Just looking at your plan you produced at the site inspection, which is numbered as TBF 28, Mr. Taylor. You don't mention this in you don't go through what the import of this is in your evidence. I'm just looking it up, sorry. Can you just explain what you draw from this plan? What I'm to understand from this is the plan with the swept path of vehicles going into the yard.
The one that we produced ourselves. Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. I don't think it. Can I answer now? Would you like me?
Please do. Yes.
It was pretty obvious that we would need to the north end of it. We were going to lose, the east end of the site in creating this access for us. So simply to show what we would actually be left with in our existing yard, because then we're going to lose the east end for access of vehicles. And I don't think it was fully understood that traditionally and currently all our vehicles come up and they're either offloaded in the inner yard or offloaded in the outer yard. So that was just to show that the radius is required for these vehicles. Our own vehicles are 18.5 meters long, and it is obvious that the gates onto Abercorn Street will need to come further in, otherwise it'll be very, very wide. So it's takes a serious incursion into the east end of the site.
What size of vehicle is that depicted? Is that one of the extreme size, or is that a smaller size?
That's showing full-size road legal HGVs, which go up to about 18 and a half, and our own vehicles are 18 and a half. That's a rigid vehicle pulling a trailer. So the total rig is 18 and a half meters.
Oh, so that's a rigid vehicle, so it's not an articulated.
No, it's the pulling vehicle is rigid. The trailer behind it just follows behind, and the overall length of the whole rig is 18 and a half. You can also get, articulated vehicles which are currently on the road of the same length, 18 and a half.
Mm-hmm. So is that? But it was a smaller vehicle that I saw in the yard on the site inspection.
No, and when you all came on that lovely wet day, there was attached to the back of that vehicle was a trailer. So it was two separate vehicles, which can be run independently.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
But it was an 18-meter vehicle, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So your evidence is the vehicle of that size depicted on the plan is a vehicle that you would take into the inner yard.
Yes.
Sorry.
In the inner bar, there are two buildings. Each of these buildings have overhead cranes, one of 10 tons, passing the other 5 tons. So your vehicles will come in, head towards the office, and put their tails down into these buildings so they can be offloaded.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Mr. Taylor. If you want to get a glass of water, you're welcome to do that just now.
I think a dram would be better. Maybe later.
Okay, all right. Grand. Sorry, Mr. McMurray, that just wanted to ask that before you started.
No, thank you, sir. I'll try to be quick, Mr. Taylor. I don't want to keep you from a dram. Good afternoon, Mr. Taylor.
Good afternoon.
Just before there's a few points, I think there was just one point in the questions from Mr. Davison that I think might have been a bit of a misunderstanding from Mr. Bathgate's evidence. You mentioned that the access road being 2.5 meters above your or below the existing yard.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that was a reference to Harbour Road rather than the.
Well, it was a reference to Harbour Road to pass over the sewer without putting any weight in the area of the sewer.
Yes, I think Mr. Bathgate's evidence, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if you understand, would you accept that as the new road crosses the northern part of your site is at grade, at level with the existing site? Is that your understanding?
I think the whole new road is running a good deal higher across the car park as it enters our own existing enters our site, and our site is on a slope, so that it will meet in at some point in the slope, becoming a fairly level road.
I think there may be some confusion there between the evidence that could perhaps be clarified separately. So I don't think I can really take that much further. I think Mr. Bathgate's evidence is different, but in terms of the levels of the road, but perhaps some of the parties can pick up directly. I think in your recognition, Mr. Taylor, you state that the council has not recognised that your use of the yard is fluid. And I think Mr. Bathgate accepted that this morning. Did you hear that?
I did indeed. I mean, somebody made the remark that we don't store on the left of our road coming up from Harbour Road. That's incorrect. We have been very, very busy. We have 100 of these offices, welfare units, stores, toilets, a whole lot. And so if a great number of these came back, we would be we couldn't operate. So hopefully if we remain busy, they're all out working, but if business turns down, we couldn't store them here.
Yeah, so that's right. I think the point I was just wanted to cover was just around that fluidity that I think Mr. Bathgate acknowledged earlier, and I appreciate the recognition that if business is good, then there's less need for storage on site. That's helpful to clarify that. I'm hoping I don't need to take you through it, but the statement of agreed matters, which I think Mr. Davidson confirmed you had in your possession earlier. Would it be fair to say that you yourself have been involved in a significant number of meetings and discussions with the council since 2019?
Yes, I mean, they've all been extremely courteous and pleasant to deal with. We must make that clear from the outset. Couldn't help courtesy given by your staff is first class. I think it's unfortunate that Mr. Yardley and even Margaret Law didn't see the thing through, and it then fell into Mr. Suarez's hands, for example. But the discussions I had with Mr. Yardley were first class. He understood that we did need other space. He understood that it might be possible that the Harbour Road could come into play. So no, I was encouraged early doors that we were going to find a suitable alternative, but that hasn't really manifested itself.
That was very fair of you, Mr. Taylor, to acknowledge the courteous and fair discussions that took place between the parties. Just on that point, I was going to say that in terms of the significant number of meetings and calls that you helpfully acknowledged there, Mr. Bathgate's evidence was that the first time that it had been explained to anyone on the council's side that the use of the eastern yard for assembly was on the site visit. Is that also your understanding?
Well, maybe it's our own fault for not really stamping the ground and saying this is all what the hell we're doing here. We have just assumed in walking around that the reason we have the yard, I mean, we came here 50 years ago and we had twice before that had to move out of, the company's been running for 120 years. And when we got this site, we thought that will surely do us. And we've adapted the whole thing to suit the way we run our operations. And it's going to be difficult if we lose this bit of ground, very difficult. And it would been great if the council had said, look, we understand what you're losing. Let's see what we can give you and keep you going. And we wouldn't all be sitting around this inquiry today.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. That was helpful in terms of you acknowledging that perhaps you hadn't necessarily stated fully your impact. That takes me on to, I suppose, one of the key questions that I had for you. I mean, the only real practical evidence in terms of how your business operates and how the impacts on your business might be mitigated at this inquiry has really been given by Mr. Bathgate, hasn't it?
Well, I would actually query a number of things that Mr. Bathgate said this morning. I wouldn't truly agree with him. It's his understanding of things, and that's his job. But if I had gone over his notes with him for this inquiry, I think they would be different.
That's right. I appreciate you might have a different understanding of things, but the difficulty we've got is that the only evidence for the inquiry around this is Mr. Bathgate's.
Sure. Yeah.
Mr. Bathgate's evidence.
I don't think the council made any attempt whatsoever to find an alternative route than you could just see us from day one, an open area. Oh, that's perfect for us. And in previous discussions, I said to members of your team, we must be the most affected of any. He says, you are, by far.
So I think Mr. Suarez accepted that yesterday, and his evidence acknowledged the impact that there would be. And I think Ms. Walker also acknowledged in her evidence that there would be an impact on you, which I don't think is in dispute, Mr. Taylor. Which I think is hopefully one point we can certainly agree on. But just to emphasise that point, if I could take you to TFB 21.
Okay, right.
believe is an objection to the planning application for the scheme, which was submitted on your behalf.
Yeah,
And you will see in the third paragraph where it says that our client wishes to lodge their objection to the proposal. It states that the road connecting New Smedden Street and Renfrew Road crosses directly over their site, which is used for storage of plant and equipment, vehicles and porta cabins, and is integral to the operation of their business.
yeah.
We'll talk about the alternative that you've already mentioned in your evidence in response to the questions I asked. At no point does that objection mention the assembly, nor does it give any particular detail around operations of your yard. Do you accept that?
Yes, I do. I think in reflection and knowing what we're all going through now, we should have briefed Lapsley McManus much more carefully on what the hell we do. I just said to him, I said, look, we can't live with this. He said, well, we'll need to object then. And so we didn't brief him in exactly precisely as we are going through at the moment.
So if I could take you also to CD 005. I don't know if you have that with you. That's the objection.
No.
I can give you a minute. It's the objection to the CPO on your behalf by Mr. Davison.
Taylor, the link you will
There's a
send.
TBF reference that too, that's helpful.
The computer I use, I'm sitting talking to you on it. So I've no secretary in today on the Wednesday, so can work in paper only, I'm afraid. I'm very old fashioned.
So I don't insist, but one of my colleagues could join the call and share on screen. It would mean we wouldn't see each other, but maybe perhaps Mr. Taylor would be.
Put it over in that manner and we'll have a wee look.
That would be very helpful. Yeah.
You just give us a minute, Will.
If you're able to share from where you are, that's fine. Yeah. I hope you are able to share from your screen. I think you are.
Hopefully. We'll try at least.
But if there's any help, Mr. Taylor, in the meantime, I think this is the same document as EFB9, which is the objection that Taylor and Fraser made to the possible purchase, is what I understand. Is that right, Mr. McMurray? Sorry, did I catch you?
I was just checking. I think it is. Sorry, I was just double checking the reference, but yeah, I think that is right.
I'll admit, Kenna Gordon.
Yeah, it was a nice idea, sir, but it doesn't.
Well, shall I share it? And that might be the solution. Just a sec. Let me get hold of it. So hold on. CD5 is the objection on behalf of the Barney Group. Is it the objection on behalf of Taylor and Fraser that you're after, Mr. McMurray?
So yeah, I think they may both be the same, essentially. But yes, I think CD8 might be the Taylor and Fraser one.
CD8, yeah. Okay. Right. Okay, I'll get that, and then I'll see if I can share that. Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. That one I want to share. Okay. Can you see that?
Yes.
Good. Do you want me to scroll through it, Mr. McMurray?
Yes, it's down to the fourth paragraph beginning. We wish to object.
Here.
Sir. Thank you. So, Mr. Taylor, hopefully you can now see that.
I can see it. Thank you. I can see it. Thank you.
Great. It notes that, again, we wish to object to this scheme as a new road cuts through the middle of the yard area, which is integral for the day-to-day running of the business, as it is used for the storage of plant and equipment, vehicles and porta cabins. Business cannot operate effectively or efficiently without the yard, and due to its nature, it would not be suitable to find an alternative yard that is remote from the business to replace what's being lost. Now, again, do you accept that that, again, does not mention anything to do with assembly, and again, doesn't go into any particular detail?
No,
Alright.
you're correct. If we had thought that it was absolutely essential, we record exactly all the operations that happened there. It should have been in there.
If I could then take you perhaps to document CD10.
Right, I'll get that, shall I?
So,
This is the response on behalf of Taylor and Fraser. And I'll share that. Okay. Should appear. Is there somewhere you want to scroll to?
the last paragraph of section 3, sir.
Here? Oh no, further down.
That's it there.
So,
Yeah. So it's the sentence, hopefully you can see it begins, it was only then that my client and I, this for Mr. Taylor, for your benefit, this is a reply to the council's response to the
Internal.
So this is from Mr. Davison to the to Transport Scotland, I should say. He notes there that there was a meeting on the 19th of December on site, and it was only then that my client and I were able to walk the council around the site and explain how the business operates and how the yard is absolutely crucial for the business.
Yes.
Note that. Now again, it seemed to me like that. Would that have been an opportunity perhaps for you to have explained? It seemed like Mr. Davison acknowledges that you had an opportunity to explain to the council how the business operated, but you accept again you didn't explain how the assembly might have worked on site.
I don't think we thought at the time it was necessary to explain all the activities that went on in there. We do fabrication both externally and internally. We do things within the buildings, and there's things that happen in the yard. Depending, our projects from projects differ very, very much. So what one contract requires is very often substantially different from the next one.
Well, and I appreciate that, Mr. Taylor. But I do have all the documents I could take you to, but I think I just wanted to make the general point that you have had plenty of opportunities to explain the impact on the operations of your yard, and also to demonstrate that you've at least considered how those impacts might have been mitigated. Yet, even at the inquiry today, that opportunity hasn't been taken. Do you accept that?
I don't really know if we had told you all what we do in the yard. You're taking a serious strip, or taking effectively half of our yard for the road, for your new road, and I don't see how you could take any less than that if you were having the requisite amount of pavements, carriageways, etc. And okay, you've pushed it hard against the north boundary, which is appreciated. And what we do with the rest of the site, we simply know that it's not enough for our activities. We have been here for quite a number of years, and we've managed to set things out to suit the operation of the company.
But do you see the difficulty the council might have in those circumstances when you've taken them around the sites, you've had plenty of meetings, and you haven't fully explained out all your operations of the business despite having multiple opportunities to do so.
Yes, I give you that point. I'll concede that point. We probably didn't think of this inquiry, that things would come to this type of thing. We're required to have a very, very thorough and full response to everything.
Well, that's fair, Mr. Taylor. Thank you for accepting that point. That might actually save a few more questions. Just bear with me a second. Richard, I think in your recognition, am I right in summarising that your position is that if you can have alternative replacement land, that would resolve your objection and your concerns?
Yeah, we've made that clear, that if you conceded that it's not going to take much in the way of expenditure to give us something up the road here, we would have pulled our objection. And you could have been at golf today.
Well, if you'd seen my golf, you wouldn't be suggesting that was a good. Mr. Taylor, thank you. Perhaps I could just again perhaps take you to document RC11.
Right, and that is
the document. I think the proposal was put to you or to Mr. Davison on Friday, which is the
alternative car parking.
Correct. Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've got that here. Yeah. Yeah.
I believe you had suggested on it was a long time ago. I think it was yesterday morning that you might have some comments on that. So I did want to be fair and give you the opportunity to with your position.
Yeah. Strangely, I asked one of your team, was any of these plots on the opposite side of Abercorn Street, on the east of Abercorn Street, available? And they said no, they were all allocated. And here we have, at this stage, the very last, you're saying we've actually got 2 plots. One you can use for most of the time, but not all of the time, and the other's available full time. So, which is quite a change. I appreciate that. I think if we talk about CP2 first, if we used it, it means our staff would need to walk through the work. Walk through the actual construction works to get down to the office, and I wondered how it might be suitable for vehicles, but if they leave their vehicle here, they've got to walk back to the office, and I wonder if that might be what sort of access would be left to be able to do that. In the case of CP1, that's more or less opposite our office, and it would be no problem. But as you said yourself, or Mr. Bathgate said, it wouldn't be available full time. So that's my only comments on that. We will probably, I think we would avail ourselves of one or other of these places, and we would thank you for bringing it up at this time.
Well, thank you, Mr. I think that's quite helpful. I think, hypothetically speaking, if Abercorn Street itself is a public road, and I think that there were requirements on the contractor to maintain that access between CP2 and the site to facilitate access. Would that be something that would be acceptable to you?
Well, it depends. I mean, the bulk of the cars that would be our female staff, who might have a different view, and high heels coming through the site. I don't see a problem with CP1.
I suppose the point I'm trying to tease out and to try and understand is whether this might actually provide a solution to
only in terms of car
Yes,
parking, not in terms of any plant. It would do cars, nothing more than that.
And if you relocate car parking on site, as Mr. Bathgate said, would that free up space within the yard or the compound for your storage?
Going back to his own, he's got P&F East. Well, that's the bit that we're going to lose with the entrance, and so there'll be no car parking there. It will simply be used for the access of trucks and traffic into the yard. So we will need to find somewhere for the staff parking, which runs along the southern side of that area. So, no, I would think we've got scope for doing something here, which will help us alleviate parking.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to get clarity on this, Mr. Taylor. So apologies for labouring the point slightly. Do you believe there is, we should say, scope for addressing the parking? Do you believe that is scope for resolving your concerns around the impact on the business?
No, we would need a dam site more than that, and what we've found is 0.8 of an acre, which is roughly equivalent to what well, maybe slightly more than we're losing, and that's only another couple of 100 yards further up Aberdeen Street.
So that's with the combination of both. So, for example, during construction, CP1 and CP2 would be available for at least with CP1 for.
I think we would only take one or other. I would think. Probably. It depends how the works are organised by the contractor. If we were to go for CP2. How the pedestrians get through that.
That's my understanding, correct? Understanding if both of them are available, is there a reason why you would only take one?
Well, we wouldn't need both. The area that we need for our equipment is a good deal greater than that. If CP2 was a dam site bigger, we would be. It's not. That's where the gin distillery used to be. She was his gin distillery.
Yeah, I think it's formerly part of the Shibboleth.
Yeah, that was a gin distillery.
Mr. Bathgate referred to. Yeah. I think Mr. Bathgate had suggested that, for example, CP1 could be used for car parking, whereas CP2 had flexibility to be used for both parking and potentially storage.
Frankly, it's not big enough. It's not big enough.
What's not big enough for Mr. Taylor? For me, sorry, Mr. Murray.
No, I was about to ask the same thing, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Did I miss something? I'm sorry.
No, what's it not big enough for, Mr. Taylor? Is it not big enough for fabrication, or is it not big enough for?
Well, the fabrication will have to be done down here. I would think it's for all the containerized units. Now you'll only about 25 around here at the moment, and that can vary from 10, but we've got nearly 100 of them. And if there was a severe downturn in activity, we would need a huge amount. And that's where that other site comes in.
Mm. Mr. Murray.
No. So, Mr. Taylor, I think from Mr. Bathgate's evidence earlier, he had referenced that with relocating the parking, for example, especially that east yard, could be effectively the same as it is currently, at least on the permanent situation.
I would disagree with that. I would disagree with that, and I'm quite willing to set about preparing a drawing and showing how I see it. What we'll end up with, we won't end up with anything like what we have at the moment.
Well, I mean, In terms of further evidence, I think that was, that was the water, but I think we've also had opportunities for information to have been submitted.
Well, straight away you're taking half the northern half of the yard from east to west. You're taking a strip which is equivalent to half the operation. And then because of the fact we cannot use, will not be able to use the traditional entrance from Harbour Road, that creates the access of Abercorn Street. And as already discussed in that drawing with the radius of the commercial vehicles, so that means we do not get the east end of what's left. So effectively, what we are left with is a quarter of the site.
So I think I don't want to leave this point. I think Mr. Bathgate's evidence was to the contrary of that, and it sounds like we probably have a difference of opinion there between both parties. But I think Mr. Bathgate's evidence was that the entrance from Abercorn Street would effectively operate in the same way as the yard operates at the moment in terms of vehicles turning in and out. But that's, I understand, just to give for clarity, that's not something you accept.
Well, one couldn't obviously park anything on it because it would be in the way for any traffic moving in and out. You couldn't fabricate on it for similar reasons. So it would just need to be left as an access area simply for vehicles, vans, trucks, a lot coming in and out. So that's how we couldn't use it for anything other than that. Couldn't be used for anything other than that.
Yeah, I'll leave that there. But do you think, is it your position, Mr. Taylor, that the only solution from your perspective in terms of alternative land is the other site on Abercorn Street further to the north?
At the moment, Mr. McMurray, it is the only option at the moment.
As things stand, you have no indication of what the likely costs might be of making that available for.
We got an envelope out, and I got two contractors that we know. I took in, or three contractors, one to do fencing, one to remove trees, and the other to put down hardcore. And the costs were approximately 100,000. But I thought they could improve on that. But then when you boys came back and said, look, I must see hard and fat quotes, we have put it out officially to three contractors. And it's out at the moment. And I hope in another week or so, we were able to turn around to say, you very kindly actually offered to pay us £1,000 or £1,200 towards getting these quotes, which is excellent. Thank you very much. So we'll be able to show you what they believe the cost to be. And I would think it will be more, quite a bit more, because we were doing it. I mean, I've got a farm, and we have all our heavy equipment and things, so we would do it a bit cheaper than some of these external contractors, but we'll just see what they've got to offer.
I think as I understood it, word of it's also your understanding that previously what had been suggested to the council was for equipment to that yard at whatever cost it may be. Was that your understanding?
I think they were reluctant to agree to anything when they didn't. They didn't want to agree and say, well, yes, we'll pay for it, when they didn't really know what they were going to pay for it. So I think that's why they wanted to see something firm, some quoted costs.
Yeah. So would it be fair to say that you're putting all your eggs in the Abercorn site?
Yeah, and we hope that the bottom of the basket is sound.
Mr. Taylor, if I could take you back to the statement of agreed matters. There was an entry at a meeting on the 12th of January 2022, where again noted in a note of that meeting that you had stated that depending on projects that you may have at that particular time, you may be able to store plant elsewhere.
Yes, that's true. But I would imagine that will cost us money to be able to do that. And that's right. Which I hope you would be funding.
So you accept that you have the ability to store plant elsewhere, but obviously at a cost.
Well, this is the only property we've got at the moment. We have a project in Fife at the moment where luckily there's a very large commercial building unused beside it. So we have taken quite a lot of equipment from here, which would be in the yard, and put it over there. So a lot of it was here at one stage until it was moved to Fife. So we're very lucky in that occasion to be able to punt it over there and keep it there, which normally wouldn't happen.
Oh, that's sort of new information, Mr. Taylor. I hadn't been aware of that, other than the reference made in your in that meeting on January 2022. You're saying you have a facility, or you have access to a facility elsewhere?
We have a facility that we have. It's not ours. We've leased it temporarily to do fabrication as well as storing of materials. So it is used similar to what this place would be on the west. It's on the east for a specific £7 million project, the hospital.
And so would the site at Abercorn Street, would this be essentially a replacement for?
No, that's just that facility in Fife is simply to deal with one job and one job only, one project only. So, and that will be finished early next year.
Again, just so I can get my head around what this relates to. So, is this just a facility you're using for a particular job? You mentioned that stuff that would normally be stored on site.
It was all here. It was all here at one time, Mr. McMurray. And when we got this facility, we took it out of our yard and put it over there. So it would normally have been here and been gradually removed week by week by week. But the whole blinking lot was put over there, and it could be put inside, which was a benefit.
Yeah, makes sense. Stay with me, sir, just for I had no further questions. Mr. Taylor's helpful answers are actually very about shortcuts to my questions. So over to you.
Thank you.
I'll just have a quick scan over my notes. Right. Well, I think I've asked the questions I was going to ask. Like Mr. Taylor, I think Mr. Davison may have some further questions for you.
Yes, if you don't mind. Mr. Taylor, I think you've accepted that after it was only late in the day that we raised the issue of there being an assembly operation on the yard. So we have conceded that. In terms of discussions with the council, when I came on board in June 23, you'd always said everything was very amicable. People were very helpful. But I think it was fair to say that was always predicated on the fact that they were going to give you a bit of land elsewhere to replace what you were losing.
That might be a fair point. Yes.
So that, and you sometimes, whenever I had some correspondence with the council, you'd said to me before, no, we just have to trust in the council. They're going to deliver a site. So whenever the objections were sent in, not the one by Lapsy McManus, but the one that I wrote, references that. So in the notice of objection to order that that I wrote, I also didn't use the word assembly, but from your point of view, would it be fair to say that our attention, rightly or wrongly, have been diverted towards the fact that we would get this alternative land?
So I'm not really sure what this question is getting. I think Mr. Taylor had properly conceded that they'd had plenty of opportunity to explain the impact and hadn't done so. So I'm not really sure what Mr. Davison is asking here.
Well, what I'm suggesting is that Mr. Taylor's constructive attitude towards this had not been one that he wanted to fall out with anyone, and his understanding had always been that the council would offer an alternative site, so we wanted to do everything in an amicable way with that. So we
The big thing is if you're asking questions, you generally speaking, you need to ask open questions rather than put words in the witness's mouth.
I got to
fair enough. Right. In all your correspondence with the council, has it always been your belief that there was an agreement between you?
Again, Mr. Davison, if you can ask a question starting what, where, how, who, why, that's an open question.
Right.
Otherwise,
what was your understanding whenever you were discussing an Excambian or swap site with the council?
It was in Mr. Yardley's time that really he seemed to take on board that we would need to get an alternative location. And it was left with them. I think, unfortunately, with him taking early retirement, that thread seemed to get lost. And I don't think anyone made any attempt to find somewhere for us. I mean, other than very recently, last Friday, we get the CP1 and CP2, etc., which is helpful. But some of these things could have been out the woodwork ages ago.
Mm-hmm. The meeting of 19th of December 23 at site, on site. Can you tell me what happened when Mr. Suarez and Miss William visited?
So I I didn't ask anything about the that meeting of the 19th of December.
It does really have to be. It does really have to question about arising from cross-examination, Miss Davison.
Yeah, it says, well, memory reasons about the inspection that date. You had an opportunity to explain the assembly area loss then. So I was.
That's fine if you refer to today. Just for
sorry. Yeah. So what happened at that meeting on the 19th of December 23?
Well, probably need to refer to some notes, but I don't remember anything dramatic happened then, other than they explained what the latest proposal was and routing of the road, and we reiterated that we would need space. I can't think anything other than that would have been discussed.
The council's case to make the compulsory purchase order had already gone ahead by then.
Again, so that's not an open question.
When did the council? Sorry, you're right.
Sorry, Mr. Davison. Plus, the previous answer entirely contradicts what was written in the document which I took Mr. Taylor to and which he accepted in relation to the meeting of the 19th of December, which was in CD 10. Mr. Taylor rightfully accepted the what was written by Mr. Davison in there around the tour of the site, and that they had the opportunity to explain things to the site. And now it seems like Mr. Davison is trying to rewrite that answer.
Would you accept that we did not discuss the?
Oh, hold on. An open question, Mr. Davison. I'm sorry.
What was the discussion about an assembly operation at that meeting?
I don't think it was discussed. Frankly, the significance of having mentioned it or not mentioned it, I think we've made it clear. We need as much thinking ground as we have, and what we do in it is how we organise our business, and we don't go into manufacturing procedures or operations unless it was just a case of we want your ground, we're going to have it. So I mean, what we do in it is our own thinking business, and how we organise it. It varies from project to project. What we can do with what we do on it and with it.
On that plan that's been produced, the RC011 with the CP1 and CP2, does it solve your issues with access for HGVs?
Yes.
It solves it.
Well, we've already discussed it this afternoon about this, where we did a swept analysis of trucks coming in and out our yard just to show the effect of it.
So, let that his question go, sir.
If I can go on to the facility in Fife that you mentioned, when did you? What's the nature of your lease or occupancy there?
I need to get hold of Mr. McGill, Willie McGill, to tell me what he arranged, but we haven't had it for the duration of the project. We had a lot of stuff in the yard here for it, and he was able to secure this building, which is handy to the site, and that's not been for more than 6 months, I think, about that time. And as I said earlier, the project will be completed by the spring of next year. So this is just an ad hoc arrangement. We've made it to deal with something close by a project that we have. And we try and use our brains and mitigate costs and save costs to do things in the most preferable manner.
When that, what happens to all that cabins, equipment, whatever is stored there once the project ends?
Well, it's either the material that we have there is incorporated into the building which we're working on, or if it's excess material, there's equipment coming out which will be nothing more than scrap. These are all cleared off and brushed up and made tidy, and we say bye-bye.
That's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor.
Very good. Would it, Mr. Davison? Or are you
sorry, yes.
looking for? Oh, you have. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, thank you very much for your evidence, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Mr. Davison, I think we said, well, I imagine you want to give your evidence now. Do you want to take a short break before we do that? Perhaps we can have 10 minutes or so just to arrange matters before.
So just for my own clarity, I beg your pardon, is my evidence reading my precognition or?
I think what we said is that you could give, because there's nobody to lead you in examination in chief, you could give a brief response to, or not, well, not necessarily brief, but a response to the evidence that you have heard. So things that have come up in recognitions and in cross-examination that you've heard today.
Thank you.
Okay. So should we take a break till 3:05 and we'll resume then? Is everyone content with that?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so.
I think it must have been all right in the beach last night. 3:05 goes again. Right.
Davison.
Okay, thank you.
Proceed, Mr. Davison.
Yes.
Just to clarify, if you want to read your recognition, you can do that too, obviously.
Well, it's well, to save time, it probably is it necessary?
No, up to you.
Well, if I read it, does that mean if I'm not questions any of the points there are not accepted or accepted? Does it?
No. I'm quite happy to take your recognition as read. It's just sometimes people feel more comfortable if they just to get into the feeling of giving evidence to read out the recognition.
After 2 days, I think
That's
we can probably just with that.
fair enough.
Was the answer I think everyone was wanting. Are we still waiting for?
No, I don't think so.
Sorry about that. Sorry, Mr. McMurray's jumped screens for me. Has switched place on my screen.
Apologising.
I was first instructed on the 16th of June 23. So unfortunately, that was after the meeting of the 24th of May 22. But Mr. Taylor always told me that everything was amicable. The principle of he called it a swap site or an exchange site, so we've referred to it as an Gambian, had always been accepted by Norman Yardley, and that was not just limited to the one option that materialised at Harbour Road, evidenced by the statement of agreed facts, Mr. Yardley's email to Mr. Taylor of the 23rd of February 22, saying that they would be looking at other alternatives.
You have a document reference to that, sorry.
It's on the agreed statement of facts.
Oh, right, okay.
So it's the 23rd of February 2022. Email reply from Mr. Yardley. Council does not own area adjacent to the existing premises and a swap is not possible, but the council is looking at other areas owned and will feed back. So, while it transpired that Mr. Taylor, Mr. Yardley was incorrect and found out the council did it, what my point is, this was not the only solution that we were hoping for. It was one of a number of options. So all the time, ever since I came involved, we were always anticipating the offer of another site from the council, and that led our.
Sorry, I hesitate to interrupt, but I mean this is entirely, as far as I can see, entirely new.
The idea, Mr. Davison, was that you should be responding to evidence.
Well, Mr. Taylor confirmed that in his evidence that there had been an ex-Gambian, and the meeting note of that call of 23rd of February 22, I raised yesterday, so that they've already been introduced.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I don't dispute that the meeting or the email has been introduced, and or the ex-Gambian and alternative sites have been introduced, but never has it been mentioned that the objectives were hoping for Harbour Road plus other. I'll always throughout the entirety of this process, this is not.
Sorry, that's not. That's not, sorry, I apologize for interrupting. That's not what I meant. What I meant to say was Harbour Road was not the sole solution. Mr. Taylor was under the impression that the council would look up for alternatives. So what I'm saying was, as far as the solution the council could offer to Mr. Taylor, it wasn't all eggs in one basket, being Harbour Road only.
The statement of agreed matters notes that Harbour Road was Mr. Taylor's preferred site for an Excambian piece of land. I think that's already been covered in evidence, so I'm not sure how much further Mr. Taylor thinks to take that. Sorry, Mr. Davison.
Mr. Taylor didn't make that statement until Q1 of 2024. So this, which obviously was after the case for the order was made, I'm dealing with what Mr. Taylor expected of the council prior to the submission of the order. So as far as he was concerned, there wasn't just this one site.
I don't really want to take up lots of time going back and forward on this, but I did take Ms. Walker to this in evidence yesterday, and it was on the 12th of January 2022 that Mr. Taylor initially expressed his preference for Harbour Road as being his preferred location for Excambian land, and that's in the statement of agreed matters, and that's what I discussed with Ms. Walker yesterday.
Mm-hmm. The other thing that Ms. Davison, if you're, if there are matters that Mr. Taylor knows about, it's something you should maybe have asked drawn from him, as opposed to giving evidence of that Mr. Taylor should probably have given.
It's in the agreed statement of fact of the 23rd of February 22. The council is looking at other areas owned and will feed back. So I'm just using that to say, all the eggs were not in the one basket of Harbour Road. We had the meeting there was the meeting on the 24th of May when Mr. Taylor had no professional representation, and there was no feedback from that. And the final design was, I think, signed off in late June. I think Mr. Bathgate said that the intention had been to go for the CPO approval in July, but ultimately it slipped to September. So whilst that meeting happened on the 24th of May, I was instructed to act on the 16th of June. So he had representation by then, but no one from the council ever came back to me as his agent to discuss anything. Mr. Suarez in his evidence said you do what you can to try and buy out the objections, and that's why the council were offering an Excambian site. Mr. Murray, you're going to object to your facial expressions?
So I'm just together just about Mr. Davison, so maybe not accurately representing evidence that's already been given on behalf of the council. I appreciate that Mr. Davison has an opportunity to respond in the way an examination chief would normally be given if there was another party representing. But if Investor Davison is going to sort of try and summarise the evidence of the council once that's really a matter for submissions rather than the examination in chief.
I'll deal with that in the submissions then. Apologies.
It's really if you need to give some response to the evidence that's been given. So are you going to respond to what Mr. Suarez had said?
Well, sorry, I thought you said I was to do it under submissions at a later date.
No. If you were going to give a response in terms of evidence to what Mr. Suarez had said, you can do that. Yeah.
Well, I'm hesitant if I have misheard Mr. Suarez. I thought he had said, and I'm happy for Mr. Suarez to answer. You don't want to. No, that's fine. Well, from what I heard in the note I wrote down was that it said you do what you do to buy out objections, and that's why the Excambian site had been offered.
And what do you draw from that?
Well, I draw from that the principle of the site had been offered by Mr. and confirmed in Mr. Suarez's evidence. Yet we're in a situation now today where the council are now saying that there isn't actually a need proven for a relocation yard. It just seems inconsistent to me. But if you were going to make an offer via an objection, it would have to be made without prejudice. Otherwise, when it comes to the compulsory purchase order, I know you don't want to get into compensation matters, but unless that offer was made without prejudice, on condition that it would have to buy out the objections, then that to me is an offer which contradicts what is the current situation, where we've been told that we don't need an Excambian site. And other than that, I don't have anything else to say.
So, Martin, do you want to proceed on?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Davis, if I could, good afternoon, first of all.
Yeah.
If I could take you to your recognition, they're not numbered paragraphs, but it's the final paragraph on page 2 of the printed version.
Yeah.
You state in that paragraph that the council took unfair advantage of the objectors' lack of knowledge as they were unrepresented until you were instructed in June 2023. Do you accept that's quite a old statement to make in respect of a public authority?
Well, I think when you're talking about these matters, which are crucial to compensation, that one side should always be fairly represented, and they were not advised to get professional advice. So, the unfortunate fact is that at those meetings they were not represented.
So you stated again that the council took unfair advantage of your clients. Is that something you stand by?
Well, I did say yesterday that I know it's a much smaller point, but I referenced the Section 140 notices. I've since listed up, and under Section 140.10, you do have to pay for temporary entry onto someone's land no one told any of the objectors that. So that's an example of where, those people who had boreholes carried out, not just Taylor and Fraser, lost out because they didn't have proper advice.
We'll come on to that point specifically a bit later. So Davison, perhaps take you to document TFB 21, which I believe I took Mr. Taylor to as well.
Yes.
So you can see that objection to the planning application was submitted on behalf of Taylor and Fraser by, apologies if I'm pronouncing this wrong, Mark Arunlu, who appears to be chartered surveyor.
Yes.
A member of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors. You accept that Mr. Taylor had access to professional advice in relation to the scheme at that point?
He had professional advice, but then you have to say, is someone's experience relevant to compulsory purchase?
But to take just the general point, Mr. Taylor and his company had access to advice from a chartered surveyor in relation to the scheme at the point of submitting that objection to the planning application.
And that was for the planning application. But after that, because Mr. Arnold didn't have any specific experience of compulsory purchase, Mr. Taylor found out my name from someone he knew in Aberdeen, I believe.
If I take you to the statement of agreed macros, I can see in the entry, I think it's slightly hole punch on my papers over the date, but I think it's the 30th of November 2022. And there's a reference there to Mr. Taylor. I think it is meant to be noting that he had a lawyer providing advice in relation to the land ownership at Harbour Road.
That was a specific request by Mr. Taylor to ascertain the land ownership of Harbour Road and nothing to do with compensation. It was a one-off instruction to try and assist the council with the Harbour Road option.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting there's anything to do with compensation, Mr. Davison.
Yes,
You've made the
yes,
statement the council took unfair advantage of our clients because they weren't represented. If I could take you then to document TFB 20.
Yes.
I think there's an email chain there on, I think it's just take you down to the first email in that chain of 20th of February 2023. You said at that date you had already met with Mr. Taylor about representing him too, but you weren't formally instructed, I think, until the May or June of that year.
Yes, it's June, yes.
Yeah. So one you made a specific reference earlier to your client being unrepresented at the meeting of May 2023. That's correct, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah. Well, given you'd already met with Mr. Taylor, it's not fair to say that Mr. Taylor had the opportunity to be represented at that meeting if he wanted to.
If Mr. Taylor had asked me to attend that meeting, then I would have charged him for attending, and there was no guarantee the project was going to go ahead, and he could have incurred a whole lot of the fees that he would never get back. So there was a discussion about when my input would be required and when I could best advise to minimise his outlay.
And again, the matter of your fees are a separate matter, Mr. Davison. You had made the statement that the council took unfair advantage of your clients because they were unrepresented. I put it to you that actually your clients are fairly an experienced commercial operator who have, in a matter of a couple of instances that I've shown you, taken professional advice when they felt they needed to do so, and also that you have been you had already approached them earlier than the meeting that you referred to. So it's not fair to say that the clients actually were, or the council took unfair advantage.
Well, if I was instructed by the time the council had in-house internally had decided to make amendments to the project following the meeting of 24th of May 27. That was done after I was involved, and the council knew I was involved, and I was not advised about it.
Sorry, could you repeat that again? I'm not following the timeline.
I was instructed in June, and the final design was decided internally in the council at the end of June, according to what Mr. Suarez said. So if I was instructed by then, no one from the council informed me of anything that was happening.
Okay. The paragraph I took you to in your recognition refers to the period prior to your instruction, Mr. Davison. I'm going to put it to you. I'll put it to you again that it's actually not fair or correct to say that the council took unfair advantage of your clients due to them not being represented. Do you accept that?
I'm not sure I do, because of the Section 140 notices.
The point I was making is that your clients are an experienced commercial party who have had and did take advice from professionals in relation to matters in relation to the scheme, as and when they felt that necessary to do so. Is it then not fair to say that actually the council did not take unfair advantage of your clients? If you don't accept that, we'll move on.
I just think you have to have someone who's got the relevant experience. So if you're a lawyer or a general practice surveyor who has no specific knowledge of compulsory purchase, then they may professionally represent them in other aspects of their work, but not specifically related to compensation issues. So,
Yeah, is that not a matter for your clients rather than the council?
but usually you would expect the acquiring authority to advise the people to get suitable qualified advice, and that didn't happen until for everyone generally until the 21st of September 24. So after a week after the case for the order was made. In this case of Mr. Taylor, it wasn't necessary because the council, I think it should have been necessary before I stepped in, but the council knew that I was there from mid-2023.
I won't to the point I did put it to you, and you clearly don't accept it, so we will move on. You made reference to the survey notices and the Section 140 notices in relation to compensation. I believe Ms. Walker accepted in cross-examination that there was potential compensation payable for damage caused, I believe, they're massive submissions, but I believe it's also damage or disturbance, essentially. Now, your clients obviously are represented by yourself in relation to this project. Have your clients submitted a claim, or have you submitted a claim in relation to these notices on behalf of your client?
No, because the work had been done and they were off-site by the time I became aware of it.
That wouldn't preclude you from submitting a claim. So
The, the problem with trying to do something retrospectively is that you have to prove your claim. So with everyone having moved off-site, it would be unreasonable for me to make a claim with actually knowing what was there or what had happened.
presumably your clients were there.
If I hear something from my client and I repeat it secondhand and I haven't seen it myself, then I can't really confidence say what was on site at a certain date and how their business was impacted. It's difficult to
Have you made any attempts to gather information that might support a claim?
no, because Mr. Taylor, because he said he didn't want to fall out with anyone, just said, let it go on, it's gone, just move on. So, on the basis of Mr. Taylor wanting liberation and an appeal with the council because they were still offering to help him, it wasn't pursued any further.
Okay, so your clients were aware of the potential for a claim, but made a decision in consultation with you not to pursue a claim. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying yes, yes. That's probably fair enough.
So as far as I can see, there's no prejudice to your client in those circumstances.
Well, it's not just Mr. Taylor. There were other people there who had boreholes who had contacted me and.
Sorry, Mr. I thought you finished.
No, I have to go. On you go.
You're here representing Taylor and Fred and the Barney group, if you excuse my pronunciation.
That's fine. I'm just trying to explain the overall engagement by the council on the CPO, and the ordinarily, if someone's land is going to be served a Section 140 notice, you would expect them to be told there. You offer some guide.
Well, I think you accepted that your clients had advice and decided not to submit a claim. Is that correct?
They said at the moment had gone. It should have been done. Had they known, that they would have, but they just wanted to move on.
Yeah. So that was fair of you. In terms of your recognition, I don't want to go through each and every one of them, but is it fair to say that you have made general criticisms of both the council and the district valuer who are representing the council in terms of their sharing of information with yourself and your clients?
Yes.
So you've heard the evidence given by Mr. Taylor earlier this afternoon, where he accepted that they hadn't been forthcoming with full information in relation to the impacts and the operations of their business. Do you see how that might create a difficulty for the council?
I can see that in two ways, because from Mr. Taylor's point of view, he was concentrating on the fact that the council were going to give another bit of land, and as long as he get another bit of land, he ultimately wasn't bothered. So the problem is that now we move on to August 24. We don't know whether we are getting another bit of land, and that changes the goalposts.
I think we had evidence yesterday from Ms. Walker that the Harbour Road site remains on the table, and always has remained on the table. You heard that evidence, didn't you, Mr. Davison?
Yes, it's obviously not an immediate option because it would only be available 21, 22 months after the contract work start, but it might offer a part solution. Mr. Taylor doesn't get his preferred option, which is to move to Abercorn Street.
I wanted to hopefully short circuit lots of the questions if I can, Mr. Davison. Just, do you accept that engagement in relation to CPO is a two-way process, which I think was mentioned in evidence earlier?
I would, yes.
Yeah. And do you accept there are difficulties if one party is affected by the CPO doesn't necessarily share the full impact of the project when asked?
Yes, which then goes two ways.
Yeah. And I could take you to document TFB 29, which I think was an email from the district valuer to yourself that you lodged yesterday morning or yesterday afternoon.
I don't know why it didn't upload.
Sorry, I think I've missed the document reference, Mr. Murray.
TFB 29.
29, right.
Sorry, I'll just find it myself. 1 second. Yes.
So I believe you were critical of the district valuer for not providing you information due to GDPR reasons.
That's one of the reasons, yes.
Yeah. And you can see that the district valuer explains why he feels he can't provide that information. That's fair.
No, I understand if that's his view.
So it's not that he just hasn't provided information. He's provided information and an explanation as to why he can't provide that information. Is that fair?
It's fair from his side, but from two parties for an exchange of information being a two-way process, if only one party is providing evidence and the other said, oh, they can't provide anything because of GDPR, then it's not a two-way process.
You feel free to disagree with his reasons. I think I was just trying to tease out that he did actually provide an explanation. You're free to not agree or accept that, but
no. He has explained his reasons, but when I worked in the and been desk next to him for over 20 years, and he's got a very strict the GDPR. Basically, given you can't, if someone lives at 5 Acacia Avenue and the house sells for 200,000, if you work in the district valuer's office where Mr. Beveridge worked, he can't give the address of the house because that's identifying someone's personal information. You can't be specific because then someone knows what. It doesn't matter if it's available on other platforms. From the district valuer's point of view, they can't give specifics, but there's nothing to prevent the district valuer telling me we dealt with a case, you don't have to say the address at Acacia Avenue, and then give me the details. But I've just got this blanket, we can't share anything with you. And that for me is a difficulty.
Appreciate you might not agree or accept that. I wasn't necessarily wanting to get into the details of GDPR because it might help to anything else.
No, it's only because I understand why Mr. Beveridge said it. So I worked in that office for 35 years, but you can say the same thing, but without giving the exact address. You can give a more generic comparison, which would get the same information over. But my reaction to that was, well, you can't really use GDPR as a reason not to give me anything, which I think, well, that was my interpretation of that, which I.
You mentioned, sorry,
no.
You mentioned that there was a one-way stream of information on that. But if we actually have a look at the email that you did submit, we'll look at the second paragraph.
So we're on the same email from Mr.
Yeah, sorry, so the third paragraph starting, I do appreciate. You can see that there are a couple of examples in the email, but you can see there are some examples of the difficulties the DB is facing from information that he feels is missing from your perspective. You can see where he references that you've stated an estimate of £85,000 for upgrading the Abercorn Road site, I believe it is, to the north. But he's actually saying that doesn't mean very much without knowing what a sort of more definitive figure actually is. But he notes that the issue is further exacerbated as you've not actually said what loss that this upgrading work will mitigate. So this is again going back to this point around actually a lack of information of what the mitigation may be or what the impact will be. Please.
I can explain what I mean. The district is wanting me to form an opinion on a certain aspect of the claim. But until I know whether the principle of a relocation site is agreed or not, then it's impossible for me to say what that is. So he was asking me to put in a claim for something that wouldn't have been reasonable for me to do, because how could I possibly know any of those information? Everything would have been predicated on, first of all, do we definitely have a relocation site? Is it accepted? And then if that's all accepted, then you could move on perhaps to the other things. But that was my difficulty with that one.
Doesn't that actually come to a little bit of the crux of the issue that we have here, Mr. Davison, that you're saying you can't look at the relocation until you know the principle is accepted? Is it not for your clients, yourself, to representing your clients to put the case that actually the relocation yard is required?
Well, yes, we think we have done that, and before the meeting on the 15th, I had given further information to the district valuer, which I've yet to receive a response on. So I'm still hopeful that the district valuer, will accept that. My problem is that I only learn the district valuer is supposed to be. Well, I understood he was supposed to be negotiating with me, but so far he's been reporting directly to the council, and I only find out his advice when I read the statement of agreed facts.
So can I just clarify the meeting of the 15th? That was the site inspection.
Well, yes. What happened was we met with the district valuer.
I just want to clarify the date. That's all I wanted to do.
No.
Yeah. So that was anyway, Ms. McMurray.
Well, I think so. Yeah, I mean, you say you've set that information out to the district valuer as of the 5th of August. Certainly, their feeling was that you hadn't. We've already established with Mr. Taylor earlier today you haven't really done that as part of the inquiry either, or in terms of your objection to the planning or the CPO. And isn't that really the difficulty that why we're here today?
Yeah, I think we concede that we should have been much more upfront about the assembly area. But the reason that we didn't focus on that, and I can speak for myself, was whenever I came in, the summary was, as Mr. Taylor said, as long as I get an Excambian site somewhere, I'll work with anything. So did I walk around the yard and look at every single thing? No, I didn't. But what I have learned, particularly over the last 3 months, is by regularly visiting the site, because it's such a unique business that you need time to understand how that business works. And for me to prove categorically to satisfy the district valuer what he was wanting, I would have to wait until the works had actually happened, because we can't prove how much extra it's going to cost the business or whether large wagons can get in or out until the new road's built.
I just struggle to follow. Mr. Davis, you're sitting here today saying it's not possible for you to provide evidence on what the impact of the CPO will be on Taylor and Fraser.
Well, basically, the impacts are you would make a claim, for example, there were increased running costs. Say, if there were, if suddenly there was the larger wagons couldn't get in, the assembly area didn't start to work. Mr. Backett's kindly given evidence to say he thinks it can, but the problem is, from Mr. Taylor's point of view and my point of view, we actually won't know 100% until the new road is built. So can't give a claim, but what I can say from my experience now is that the cost to concede on the principle of a relocation yard is going to be minute by comparison with the cost of today, of protracted negotiations, delays, and I don't understand why the district valuer has not just been more pragmatic about it.
I think maybe a slight cross purposes, if we could maybe separate out what you need to submit a full claim for compensation versus what information the reporter would find helpful to make an assessment of the impact on your client's business. Are you saying it's not possible for you to provide information to the reporter to understand the impact on your client's business?
I would say no, because until we know what the before and what way does the business run now, what way will it run after? That's the only way to definitively or accurately determine what the loss is. So, if I had put a claim to Mr. Beveridge, it would be so speculative that it would have been just passed back to me immediately. So if you don't have confidence yourself that something would be robust, then I think it weakens your case to send that claim in.
Can you appreciate the difficulty that might put the council in when trying to promote a CPO, and secondly the reporter if you haven't provided information around what the actual impact on the business is and will be?
Well, the reporter has had the advantage of walking around the site and hearing the evidence from Mr. Taylor today. and we'll take a judgment on whether there's on the credibility of a case that there would be an adverse impact on it. But it's not all you can, if the compulsory purchase were already confirmed. And I'm sorry, Mr. Sir, to talk about valuation. It wouldn't matter because we would have time to do things, and we could put in a series of advance payments for compensation as and when we could prove things. But at this stage, we can't do that.
I'm not sure I can really take that much further, Mr. Davison, if that's your position. But I was going to try to make I could just focus on the generality of the point here, that you made criticisms of the council for their lack of engagement. And I put it to you actually that the council has engaged with your clients, and I think Mr. Taylor fairly accepted there had been significant meetings and calls with your clients, which were all amicable and courteous. I put it to you that there has been significant engagement, but the challenges have been around the lack of information around the impact on your client's business and how it operates.
No, that I wouldn't agree. That only happened laterally. I can give other examples as my evidence of, I had emailed Mr. Suarez and Miss Law about a query about a servitude in September 23. Got the answer back in November, so that was 7 weeks. So, but the Harbour Road site, which was already talked about, it took 8 months to get that plan back.
Sorry, Ms. Davis, I didn't interrupt, but you mentioned something about servitude, which is there a reference for that anywhere?
No. These are. You asked me what was my experience of delays, and I'm just saying this is my evidence of experience of delays. They're not necessarily in the core document, but I have numbers of 9 weeks, 11 weeks, 7 weeks, 8 months, 15 weeks, 2 years.
If it's not part of the evidence for the inquiry, I'm not sure there's much we can really take from that.
I gave evidence during my questioning of Ms. Walker about delays. I gave a couple of examples, so I'll just stand by those ones.
And again, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but we obviously have the explanations given by Mr. Suarez and Ms. Walker on the points that you put to them around delays. And I appreciate you might take a different view, but they'll have each party's cases put as submissions and the reporter at the end of the day on that. So I don't want to belabor that point. Good. It's document CD4.
Yes.
Yeah. Paragraph 5.9 onwards. Sorry, I appreciate that's not listening.
I've done like Mr. Suarez did. I printed it off from upside down. So,
I'll give you a minute.
no, I've got it here. It's just 5.9.
So I actually get
Yes. I've got it here.
Oh. You can see here that the council in a statement of reasons for the order sets out its explanation for its engagement with affected parties and how it is in accordance with the Circular 6 of 2011. Also published by the Scottish Government.
Mm-hmm.
You accept that that approach is in accordance with?
The statement of reasons of 14th of September said they had issued this guidance. Actually, the guidance actually didn't come out until the 21st of September. So that statement in the statement of reasons was not correct. But my point about this should have been given to those people who are talking about accommodation work or any other associated matters whenever those discussions began, and not held back until a week after the statement of reasons was, as the case for the order was made.
So I'm just trying to thought, the date of the statement of reasons might be the 14th of September, but it was published alongside the CPO itself. You accept that? And when the CPO notices were issued?
The date that I have on the statement of reasons is the 14th of September.
I take you to actually the right number for the CPO notice. Yeah, so RC7 was Davidson.
Mm-hmm. It's the same copy as mine, CD0202. So I tried TFB02. So yeah, go crack on.
You see it there. This is the letter enclosing the statutory notice of making the compulsory purchase order. You can see there's a heading to that document acknowledging that from the council suggesting that those affected may wish to consult a solicitor for independent legal advice. Do you accept that?
I do.
And then you see on page 2 of that letter, there's a reference to the guide which can be accessed, which I think is the guide you were talking to, which is the guide for property owners and occupiers.
Yep, I do, yes.
And would you not consider that to be normal practice for a CPO notice to recommend to parties that they seek independent legal advice, and also that there is reference to a Swiss government guide to give them further practical information on CPO?
Yeah, absolutely. But my point is, it should have been issued before the 21st of September. These discussions about compensation matters had already begun by then.
And just, do you think that would be standard practice?
Yes, every single time I've worked for a number of local authorities, Transport Scotland, when you make advice to anyone, you tell them to get their own advice. And the policy in the district valuer's office always was, if you met a claimant on their own, until such time as they had professional representation, you, as a civil servant, were representing both sides and advising them. Obviously, you were pushing them to get their own representation early on, but it was just to be so everything could be totally transparent.
That's advice to you as the district valuer.
Formerly of the three buyers, that was, yeah. So just to, so Raymond Sybil for compulsory purchase orders, I've got a case in the East End of Glasgow at the moment, contacting 20 owners, keep a detailed log, all the correspondence goes out, for 18 months before vesting, telling them of the right, highlighting who they can get advice from and everything. So it doesn't happen on the date that the case for the order is made.
I believe we had evidence from the council suggesting they're satisfied their approach is in accordance with the relevant guidance. So again, another difference of opinion on that.
Yeah, the dialogue from the Scottish Vision for Compulsory Purchases was to be everything supposed to be fair and transparent and reasonable. And if people aren't getting advised, from day one, then, my personal view is that is not compliant.
Yeah, and I think as we established, we put to you earlier that your clients have had opportunity and did seek advice on various matters in connection with the impact of you.
But you would have to employ someone who had specific knowledge of compulsory purchase, and perhaps McManus stepped out of the picture because they didn't.
Yeah, but at which point your client could have taken advice from a CPO expert at that stage.
He could have had someone encouraged him to, or from the acquiring authority had suggested he do that. I'm sure he would have phoned me before he did.
Yeah, but you've just said the Lapsley McManus stepped aside because they didn't feel they had the right experience. So presumably at that point, having had that statement from Lapsley McManus, your client could have sought someone who did advice.
All I know is that Lapsley McManus had been advising Mr. Taylor at some point, and their whatever advice they were giving ended after they objected to the planning application. It's my understanding. I don't know the ins and outs.
Thank you for that. Bear with me, I'm just having a look just through the last points in there. Again, I don't want to take up time on things. You put questions to Ms. Walker around the council's availability of advice internally within the council around not instructing the district valuer to act until the 23rd of March 2024. You did hear that Ms. Walker explained that the council had access to it. Internal advice with CPO experience. Did you, Ms. Davison?
She said that yesterday, so yes.
On that point, I don't think I have anything else. How are you, Mr. Davison? So thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll check my notes. Don't think I've got anything else, but I'll have a quick look. So, yeah. No, I don't have any questions for you either, Mr. Davison. Okay.
You.
So I think that concludes the oral part of the inquiry. Before we close the oral part of the inquiry, does anyone have any motions they wish to make in respect of the expenses of the inquiry? or we should like to indicate anyone wishes to make a motion in their closing submissions. Well, in that case, what I'd expect is that the closing submissions would be made in 2 days, 2 working days, which would be today is Wednesday, isn't it? So Friday, end of close of business on Friday for Taylor and Fraser and Barney Group for the objectors, and 2 further working days for the council, is what we said, which would be close of business on Tuesday. Is that suitable for everyone still?
Yes, thank you.
I think so, yeah. That's good.
So from my perspective, I am unavailable on Monday of next week, and I'm in pretty much all the meetings the next 2 days after this. So perhaps toward the end of next week might be more achievable from my perspective. Apologies for that.
Well, if we said, in that case, if we said, if Taylor and Fraser could submit by Tuesday next week and by the end of the week, is that suitable? Just give you a bit of extra time, Mr. Davison.
Well, if it was 2 days, because this has been taking up quite a lot of my time, so I'm way behind with other stuff as well. So if Mr. McMurray has got till Friday, 2 days before, for me, keeping the same time still for us would be close of business on Wednesday. Would that be outrageous?
Well, I'm happy to say if perhaps we could take a bit longer for Mr. McMurray than on the Monday and close of business on Monday the week. So a week on Monday and close of business on Wednesday for yourself, Mr. Davison. That seems to be equivalent time deals to me. Is that? Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
So just
endeavour to get it done before that, but yes, that.
Okay. So just to confirm, that is so today is Wednesday. Next Wednesday is the 4th of September. So it would be Taylor and Fraser to submit by the 4th of September, and the council to submit closing submissions by the 9th of September. Am I right on that? You find it hard to count.
No, I think that's correct. Sorry.
Okay, grand. Well, thank you everyone so much, because it really is extremely helpful to me to hear evidence orally like this. So thank you for taking the time for these 2 days, everyone. Well, I'll look forward to your closing submissions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, everyone, thank you.